Chapter 1504. Disciples of the Four Mountains gather. He challenged the king of Shanshu and ended in a draw. This means that his strength has not reached the level of the king of Shanshu. It is said that this newcomer is from the Onyx Palace. Haha. Hee. I also heard that this newcomer defeated Hong Tiandi during the referral quota examination. Hong Tianxia, the bloodline of your Hong clan, was defeated. As one of the top disciples of South Mountain, aren't you going to do something? In the distance, several figures were standing on the mountain peak, chatting and laughing. They seemed to be chatting happily, but their eyes were shining from time to time. These people were the top disciples of the South, West, and North Mountains. Their strength was only one step away from the Carefree Mountain and the Langya Temple. There were even rumors that they were qualified to challenge the Carefree Mountain and the Langya Temple. However, their goal was the Heavenly King, so they did not challenge him for the time being. Yang Yi, provoking me is useless. The Seven Emperors world does not allow killing. Even if I want to kill him, I can't do it. One of the men sat on the ground, drinking wine. He was extremely arrogant. He was the top disciple of the South Mountain Hong Tianxia. He had the bloodline of the Hong dynasty, one of the four great ancient nations. He had been cultivating under the Seven Emperors world for 3 years. Haha, you're right. But no matter what, we didn't see the newcomer challenge the king of Shanshu. Today we can see how strong he is. Yes, he is the Heavenly King. I think he is undeserving of his title, the other top disciples said indifferently. At this moment, on the Rainbow Avenue of the floating mountain, several figures stepped on the rainbows and slowly moved forward. They were Lin Ling and the others. Sure, why are you with this pervert? At this moment on the Rainbow Bridge, a surprised voice sounded. 3 elegant women stared at He Shir with surprise in their eyes. Shir, you are one of the 4 poisons of East Mountain. This pervert humiliated you in the past. Not only did you not take revenge, but you are with him now? The 3 women of the 4 poisons of East Mountain were angry because He Shir shook hands with the enemy. This was equivalent to humiliating the 4 poisons of East Mountain. Pervert, what did you do to senior sister Shi? One of the girls stared furiously at Lin Ling. Her name was Murong Xian. Just like her name, she was as graceful as a fairy, and was one of the most beautiful women in the world. Lin Ling stared at Murong Xian, feeling a little helpless. I didn't do anything. No matter what, although senior sister Shir doesn't care about it, we won't let you go. Otherwise, how can we be called the Eastern Mountains 4 poisons? The other woman, Lin Shirin, also frowned and said, don't overthink it. Lin Ling and I only had a misunderstanding. Furthermore, I don't hate him anymore. At this moment, He Shir stepped forward and said, do you think I won't resent you just because you said so? Shir, I didn't expect you to be so spineless. We are the 4 poisons of Dongshan. The other 3 girls were even more furious. They didn't know what kind of bewitching potion this newcomer had fed He Shir. He actually made He Shir forget everything that had happened before. Let me tell you, pervert. Senior sister Shir doesn't care about it, but we won't let you go. The 3 girls obviously weren't willing to let the matter go. After making Lin Ling shake his head helplessly, he smiled gently. It had to be said that the 4 poisons of Dongshan were indeed very beautiful. At this moment each of them looked angry. It was a pretty good scene. You cannot let me go, but before that listen to He Shir. Then, Lin Ling said indifferently, you're still so arrogant. The 3 women gritted their teeth fiercely as they looked at He Shir. He Shir shrugged her shoulders and said, my Qingshui sword. He helped me raise it to an emperor stage heavenly soldier. Therefore, the conflict between him and me is written off. Just because of a sword? Spineless. You're simply a disgrace to us, the 4 poisons of Dongshan. The 3 girls were stunned for a moment and began to mock him with cold words. However, after they finished speaking, their expressions changed drastically. Qingshui sword became an emperor stage heavenly soldier? He helped you forge it? One had to know that an emperor stage heavenly soldier was very rare. Other than the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth, it was very difficult to buy one anywhere else. Moreover, even if one could buy one, it would not be a handy weapon. Without a doubt, a martial artist could raise the level of the weapon he was used to. This was obviously more precious than a high-level weapon. That's right, he forged it for me. Moreover, senior brother Motian's heavenly staff was also forged by him. It's now a semi-divine weapon. Heshir also knew that her junior sisters and senior sisters were definitely surprised and even envious. Sure enough, the three girls' beautiful eyes focused. They looked at each other and revealed a smile that could topple countries. We are also martial artists and are broad-minded. Since senior sister Sheer doesn't care about it, then let's shake hands and make peace. That's right. In Dongshan we acknowledge your position. You are the only man below the first king of Dongshan that we acknowledge. I wonder when you have time to forge my weapon for me? Their attitudes instantly changed 180 degrees, and it caused Skytouch Sage to open his mouth wide and shake his head helplessly. Moreover, Ning Xiaoshan was even able to discern that these senior sisters of his had actually revealed a wisp of flattery. Wasn't this change too great? Lin Ling was also speechless, but he immediately nodded. For him, as long as the other party prepared the materials, the forging was not too difficult. The few of them suddenly seemed to be familiar with each other, and walked down the Rainbow Bridge. When they walked down the Rainbow Bridge, a large number of eyes below the floating mountain instantly focused on the black-robed young man in the lead. Their eyes were cold and indifferent. However, this gaze quietly turned into jealousy when they saw the young man and the four poisons of Dongshan talking cheerfully and wittily. The four poisons of Dongshan? Among the four mountains under the seven emperors' heaven, the four poisons of Dongshan were famous. They were also known as the four immortals of Dongshan, and were one of the symbols of Dongshan's strength. Now the four immortals were walking together with a newcomer, and seemed to have a good relationship. How could they not be jealous? What a lucky kid. If I was in Dongshan, with the situation of Dongshan having more yin than yang, I would definitely be able to get closer to these beauties. However, it won't be easy for that kid to gain a foothold in Dongshan. Many disciples from the other mountains said indifferently. Their words were filled with jealousy. Similarly, the disciples of Dongshan were also gathered in another direction. They looked at Lin Ling in the distance and were shocked. They had never expected that Lin Ling, who had just dominated Dongshan, would be noticed by the disciples of the four mountains. There are so many people and they are all very strong. They have all reached the fifth layer of the Saint Realm. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others also saw the strong disciples around them. Ning Xiaoshan and the others' faces turned serious. The waters of the seven emperors' heaven were indeed very deep. If these peerless geniuses were placed in Xianpeng province, each one of them would be comparable to the 10 halls of Carefree and Langya. Lin Ling was also secretly surprised. In his heart he now knew why Dongshan was the weakest. Then, his gaze fell on a young man in front of him. The young man was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the road. His body was surrounded by majestic laws and a mysterious aura was released, causing the void to continuously explode. Chapter 1505. East Mountain's first king Shur frowned and said, "This guy suffered a loss before, so he's here for revenge." Lin Ling smiled and did not show much respect. He continued to lead the group forward. "Stop! Stop!" At this moment Tao Xian finally opened his eyes. Deep within them, a demon was faintly discernible. It was extremely ferocious. Clearly, his strength was not to be underestimated since he was ranked 5th in West Mountain. Moreover, he had dared to ignore Heavenstroker Great Sage earlier. This meant that although he was not as strong as Heavenstroker Great Sage, he was not far off. If he performed well, he was confident that he could defeat Heavenstroker Great Sage. "I just found out that you have a Celestial Emperor Jade token. No wonder you're so arrogant." "Stop!" Tao Xian slowly stood up. His face was extremely cold. "Fight me. If you lose, hand over the violet gold human emperor token," he said. "Stop!" At the same time, all the disciples around the floating mountain narrowed their eyes in anticipation. They wanted to see if this newcomer who already had the title of Celestial Emperor was strong enough. "So you're here to challenge me?" Lin Ling's expression was as calm as an ancient well. Finally, his soft voice drifted out. "Do you think I'll fight you just because you want me to? Scram!" "Stop! Refuse!" Hearing those words, everyone's expressions turned ugly. They thought that Lin Ling would prove himself and tell everyone why he had the purple gold emperor card. However, Linling had rejected them directly. This made them feel as if they had punched cotton and had nowhere to put their strength. Some of the stronger disciples smirked disdainfully. As expected, this newcomer did not dare to fight. It seemed that what the East Mountain disciples said about how strong he was nothing more than a rumor. How can such a coward be qualified to have the title of Celestial Emperor? I'm disappointed. But it's normal that he doesn't dare because he's only a level 2 saint while Tao Xian is a level 4 saint. There's no way this newcomer can win with a difference of 2 levels. Stop. I want to teach him a lesson. He has the title of Celestial Emperor but is so weak. This is an insult to us. Stop. Disdainful voices drifted out from the surrounding mountains. Tao Xian's expression was gloomy at first, but when he heard the voices around him, he sneered. All mountains are watching you. They came from afar and have been waiting for you for so long. If you don't fight them, how can you face them? Stop. Hearing this, Linling was a bit stunned. If others wanted him to fight, he would fight. But if he didn't fight, wouldn't he be letting others down? What kind of logic was this? Could it be that those disciples were all Ren Huangs? Why were they so influential? If I don't fight, what can you do? As for what other people think, what does that have to do with me? Stop. Linling shook his head and sneered once again. He then led He Shi'er and the rest forward. He Shi'er and the rest coldly snorted. They had never seen such a shameless person. These people were not sent by Linling. The crime of waiting was on Linling's head. Not only was he shameless, he was also overbearing. Is not to fight to fight? Tao Xian sneered. Tao Xian snorted disdainfully. He was about to attack, but when he thought of Linling's violet gold human emperor card, his expression changed drastically. Killing was not allowed in the 7 Emperors world. Linling had refused to fight. If Tao Xian attacked by force, he would be violating the rules. For a moment he stood there, his expression uncertain. He wanted to attack but he was afraid. It was a funny look. Come on, since you're so arrogant, why don't you try to attack me? Go. Linling knew Tao Xian wouldn't dare to act rashly, so he smiled calmly. You. Tao Xian gnashed his teeth. He was so strong but the newcomer refused to fight. He couldn't prove himself. How arrogant. The crowd's expression turned colder. Linling was too arrogant. Not only did he not dare to fight, he even dared to provoke Tao Xian. He was provoking everyone as if to say, try to attack me. Junior brother, if you don't fight, you'll disappoint everyone. You have the purple gold human emperor token. Shouldn't you prove yourself? At least let us know why you're called Celestial Emperor. An indifferent voice sounded. At this time, an indifferent voice drifted in from the distance, causing everyone to look over. They saw a man with a blue cloak standing on top of a towering mountain peak. He was tall and sturdy, with extremely broad shoulders. Moreover, his shoulders, elbows, and fists were covered with black bones. He was extremely domineering. It's the first king of East Mountain. He Shi'er's expression turned serious when she saw the mighty man. He's the only man in East Mountain who doesn't fear the 4 poisons of East Mountain. He's only been a Renhuang disciple for a year, but he's already the first king of East Mountain. Linling's eyes flickered, and the Eye of Time quietly appeared. He could clearly see that the man's immortal body was very strange. It was actually a black demonic bone, and the Dantian sacred sea was also formed from the demonic bone. It was as if flesh and blood were useless to the man. Only the bones were everything. Your Majesty, that man has obtained the supreme demonic bone. His talent has reached the earth rank, and this talent can continue to improve. In my humble opinion, the supreme demonic bone should have been obtained in the demon zone. Just then, Purple Elder's voice was heard. Linling nodded. No wonder in Linling's eyes, that man was just a black skeleton. You're a disciple of East Mountain, so you'll fight. The first king of East Mountain spoke again. The powerful disciples around him sneered. That newcomer came from East Mountain. Now that the first king of East Mountain had spoken, he had no choice but to fight. Everyone had the same goal. They wanted to see why Linling was called Celestial Emperor. If they could do what Linling could do, they could also be called Celestial Emperors. They might even be able to seize Linling's purple gold human emperor token. To be honest, they were jealous. You're ordering me? Lin Ling stared at the burly man, feeling a little ridiculous. Isn't that right? I'm the first king of East Mountain. It's normal for me to order you. In the distance, the first king of East Mountain looked down at Lin Ling. Excuse me, are you one of the 7 emperors? Lin Ling acted as if he didn't know how powerful the first king of East Mountain was. His words stunned the first king of East Mountain, and he couldn't answer. Lin Ling spoke again. Since you're not one of the 7 emperors, what right do you have to order me? You're the first king of East Mountain, and I'm a disciple of East Mountain, so I have to listen to your orders? You're too arrogant. I just want you to prove yourself. The first king of East Mountain frowned, but his expression was still calm. Prove? Do you think I'll prove myself just because you want me to? The title of Celestial Emperor was given by the 7 emperors. If you're so powerful, why don't you go and question the 7 emperors? I don't think you dare. You're just a trash who only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. Lin Ling coldly snorted. His words were so imposing that the first king of East Mountain's pupils constricted. He actually said anything, and it was hard to refute. Chapter 1506. 5 Ghosts Move the Mountain. You guys are the same, a bunch of trash. You only know how to be jealous of other people's achievements. You don't know that as long as you're strong enough, you can also be a celestial emperor. You guys only know how to gather here to see how much weaker your opponent is. No wonder you can't become a human sovereign's disciple. Lin Ling's indifferent gaze swept across the crowd, and he shouted again. Anger. Each of the powerful disciples' faces turned ferocious, but they couldn't say anything. They were indeed bullying the weak and fearing the strong. He, she, and the other 4 venoms of East Mountain laughed. They didn't expect Lin Ling's mouth to be so sharp that the disciples couldn't refute him. You're only a level 2 saint. What right do you have to talk nonsense? Lin Ling, you're just trash with your mouth. At this moment, Tao Xian, who had been silent all this while, shouted coldly. He thought that the first king of East Mountain could force Lin Ling to fight, but the result was that Lin Ling had made him speechless, so he could only rely on himself. He couldn't let Lin Ling leave. Fuck my mouth? Lin Ling laughed. His body was filled with a dense gloomy qi. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the ghost realm, filled with vicissitudes and reincarnation qi. You want to fight? Sure. How about a battle to the death? Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out from his mouth. Since the other party kept pestering him, he would fulfill his wish. A battle to the death? Many people's faces changed. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so decisive. He would rather die than live in dishonor. If he wanted to fight, a battle to the death. At this moment, Tao Xian was silent. All right, I'll agree on his behalf. At this moment, a cold voice drifted out, attracting everyone's attention. They saw a man floating in the void with his hands behind his back. He was Celestial Emperor Fei Yang. Brother. Tao Xian's face suddenly lit up. Heavenly Emperor Fei Yang waved his hand and stared at Lin Ling. He already knew that because of that newcomer, his younger brother would never be able to enter the mission board. Therefore, he wanted to see if that newcomer was qualified to be titled as Heavenly Emperor, to be able to match his status. According to the rules, we titled Celestial Emperors are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of disciples. However, you're too arrogant. You want a battle to the death? I'll agree to it on behalf of Tao Xian. Moreover, you're also a titled Celestial Emperor, so you can also ask the people behind you to agree to this battle. No matter what the result is, the 7 emperors won't blame you. Celestial Emperor Fei Yang said indifferently. I'll agree on behalf of Lin Ling, said Fei Yang indifferently. Many people looked over and saw that it was Zhong Emotiandi. The 2 celestial emperors looked at each other and nodded. A battle to the death was very rare in the 7 emperors' heavens. Both sides had to agree to it. Seeing that both sides had agreed to it, and with the celestial emperors presiding over the battle, everyone sneered. This way they could see how strong Lin Ling was. If Lin Ling lost, he would die, and his title as Celestial Emperor would be revoked. That newcomer is a level 2 saint, and Tao Xian is ranked 5th in the West Mountain. He's a level 4 saint, and he's a level 7 Xian rank 7 saint. That newcomer can't compete with him. Many strong disciples said indifferently. The battle between the disciples of the human emperor realm immediately stirred up a great commotion. Either way, everyone who was here was the strongest peerless geniuses of the Xianpeng territory, thus the battle was surely going to be spectacular. Lin Ling, you'll regret this battle. At that moment Tao Xian sneered. There was a hint of malevolence in his smile. The battle that had attracted everyone's attention had boosted his confidence. Moreover, with his brother backing him up, he could freely torture Lin Ling. As soon as he finished speaking, a ghostly wind howled around him, and a large number of specters appeared. One had to know that specters were extremely difficult to deal with in the ghost domain. Now, all of them were under Tao Xian's control. It was obvious that his talent was related to the ghost Dao. 5 ghosts moved the mountain. Rumble. The evil spirits roared ferociously, causing the 5 ghosts move the mountain to appear behind Tao Xian. It was extremely strange. At this moment the ghost chi started to surge. Tao Xian is ranked 5th in the West Mountain. His strength is terrifying. 5 ghosts move the mountain is a transcendent level heavenly pattern martial art. Someone said with a serious expression. The ghost Dao had always been unpredictable. It was the most difficult martial art to deal with. Kill. Cold. A cold voice came from Tao Xian's mouth. The 5 ghosts move the mountain was like a ghost town, suppressing Lin Ling. 100 dragons roar. Boom! At the same time Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a cold light. The tyrant song appeared in his hand spewing flames. It was also a transcendent level heavenly pattern martial art. Lin Ling stepped on the fire dragon king and swept towards Tao Xian. What? Shit! Tao Xian's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected Lin Ling to also have a transcendent level heavenly pattern martial art. However, he could still sense that Lin Ling's heavenly pattern martial art was only at the peak level. The reason he was so strong was because of the sword in his hand. Tao Xian wasn't afraid of such strength. Of course that was what he thought. But when he looked into Lin Ling's eyes, his heart trembled. Lin Ling's eyes were cold, as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life and seen through the creation of heaven and earth. With just a glance Tao Xian's ghost Dao was shaken. Deliberately mystifying. Shit! Tao Xian didn't think Lin Ling could shake him, so he didn't retreat. Instead he charged towards Lin Ling. Rumble. 2 majestic powers clashed in the air. Tao Xian's eyes narrowed. He sensed that Lin Ling's power was of extreme yang. It actually suppressed his path of ghosts, causing his ghost will to dissipate. Most importantly, his 5 ghosts moved the mountain, which had been invincible, did not affect Lin Ling at all. One had to know that his 5 ghosts move the mountain could move heaven and earth when it was powerful. The density of the ghost chi was so dense that it could invade the opponent's energy and assimilate it. However, it didn't seem to have much effect on Lin Ling. Tao Xian's eyes suddenly turned to Lin Ling. He suddenly had a misconception that Lin Ling was even more of a ghost than him. But how was that possible? He cultivated the ghost Dao, while Lin Ling cultivated the fire Dao. How could he understand ghosts better than him? Had Lin Ling died as a ghost before? You have some skill, but that's all there is to it. 5 ghosts move the wealth. Tao Xian roared. For the first time he felt that Lin Ling was difficult to see through. He burst forth with an even stronger ghost Dao law, which intertwined with the fire dragon in the sky. Although fire could counter Yin Qi, his ghost Dao was clearly not an ordinary ghost Dao. It was not afraid of water or fire. What he was truly wary of was the other kind of power on Lin Ling's body. Is that so? Uprooting the mountains and rivers. Lin Ling said calmly. After a few exchanges, he knew that Tao Xian's path of the ghost was indeed very powerful, but it didn't seem to have much effect on him. He might as well give up on the martial way of the fire, and use the body of the God-fiend overlord for close combat. Rumble. Chapter 1507. I know ghosts better than you. The surrounding disciples were stunned as well. The two had clashed using grand principles at first, but Tao Xian's eerie ghostly aura was ineffective against Lin Ling. Lin Ling had given up on fire martial Dao and attacked with his physical body, twisting space and forcing Tao Xian to retreat. This was unbelievable. 5 ghosts escape. Tao Xian's expression was cold. His hands moved rapidly, summoning a large number of ghosts. Some moved mountains, some moved wealth, and some rushed toward Lin Ling. These ghosts weren't afraid of physical attacks, and they weren't afraid of the power of the 5 elements either. They were extremely powerful. Faced with the terrifying evil ghosts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, an ordinary warrior would have panicked, but Lin Ling didn't care at all. In the ghost realm in Samsara City, he was a ghost, and a ghost that even the real ghost clan feared. Tao Xian cultivated the ghost way, but could he compare to the ghost clan in the ghost realm? Twisting space. Lin Ling let out a low roar as his body pierced through the void. The ancient sword in his hand was burning with flames, and a casual swing of his sword contained the great law of fire at the great mastery stage. The combination of the 2 powers caused all the evil spirits in Lin Ling's path to be reduced to ashes. Something's not right. If Tao Xian had a fire elemental talent, he would be able to crush Lin Ling with ease. But Tao Xian has a ghost elemental talent, which seems to be ineffective against Lin Ling. The surrounding disciples gasped. The scene before them was completely different from what they'd imagined. Lin Ling was crushing Tao Xian with his violent strength. Avicii hell. Tao Xian's expression grew uglier. He weaved in and out of the exploding void, unleashing even more terrifying grand principles. Yuxia Mingpa, and the reincarnation of hell appeared in the sky. This was the power of origin above the grand principles. The power of origin, also known as saintly pattern martial arts, was above heavenly pattern martial arts. It was more powerful than the grand principles because everything in heaven and earth returned to the origin. For example, the first drop of rain, the first flame, and the first cloud at the beginning of the world all carried the power of the laws of heaven and earth. That was why the power of origin was stronger. Tao Xian has unleashed the power of the immortal physique, profound 7th level. The pupils of the surrounding disciples narrowed. They didn't expect Tao Xian to be the first to use his innate immortal physique in the battle against Lin Ling. This Lin Ling was even more remarkable than they had imagined. Of course, they could also see that Lin Ling possessed a mysterious power. This was one of the main reasons why Lin Ling was able to suppress Tao Xian. However, that was before. Now that Tao Xian had unleashed his immortal physique, Lin Ling's defeat was certain. Reincarnation of heaven and earth. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the sky. Apart from the Avicii hell, the 6 paths of reincarnation had also appeared. This Tao Xian was indeed powerful. If he could control the laws of the 6 paths of reincarnation, he would be able to become the lord of the ghost realm. That's right. No matter how powerful you are, as long as you are a human, you will be bound by the laws of heaven and earth and enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Tao Xian shouted coldly from the sky. He had used his powerful immortal physique. How could Lin Ling not die? Reincarnation, is it effective on those who have already been reincarnated? Lin Ling emitted a mysterious aura that distorted space. Instead of retreating, he advanced towards the demonic storm in the sky. At this moment he was like a member of the masses, about to enter the cycle of reincarnation and be punished by heaven and earth. After entering the cycle, he would have to endure the torment of the Avicii hell. Crazy. Many people saw that Lin Ling didn't use the power of laws, and instead charged into the Avicii hell with his physical body. They thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure. You overestimate yourself. Celestial Emperor Feiyang sneered. His little brother's Avicii hell already contained the power of origin. As long as one's immortal physique, cultivation level, and martial comprehension were inferior to his little brother's, they would be crushed to death by the Avicii hell. Even unhindered Celestial Emperor frowned. From all angles, Lin Ling shouldn't have charged into the Avicii hell. That was giving up his own strength to go against Tao Xian's. Rumble. At the same time, the cycle of reincarnation opened. The Avicii hell shook heaven and earth as if it wanted to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling's figure disappeared within. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was already dead. However, no one knew that the countless demons in the Avicii hell screamed in fear when they saw Lin Ling. They retreated as if they had met their natural enemy, allowing Lin Ling to get closer and closer to Tao Xian. The Avicii hell was a powerful source of martial arts to others, but it was even more useless to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had entered the cycle of reincarnation, and his soul hid the Yellow Springs flame. He was the least afraid of the ghost Tao. Even ghosts and devils would take a detour when they saw him. Tao Xian, I've said it before. You are not qualified to use the ghost Tao of reincarnation against someone who has reincarnated. At this moment, everyone heard a cold voice. The Avicii hell in the sky that was filled with white bones and countless demons suddenly changed. It turned into the cycle of falling leaves. The falling leaves fluttered in the sky, allowing countless people to see the life of a falling leaf. Playing ghost in front of me? I'm more of a ghost than you are. Lin Ling's figure was faintly discernible among the fallen leaves. Everyone's jaws dropped. Lin Ling was fine? How was this possible? Even Tao Xian's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. One had to know that his Avicii hell could even kill a 5th-layer saint. Lin Ling was only a 2nd-layer saint. How could he be unaffected? Suddenly, he remembered Lin Ling's words. Playing ghost in front of Lin Ling? Lin Ling was more of a ghost than he was. I don't believe it. The 18 heavenly ghosts of the Avicii hell. Tao Xian roared. He slapped out with both hands, stirring up a ghastly wind. The 18 heavenly ghosts appeared, their cold teeth gleaming. Ghost chi filled the sky. Scram. Rumble. In the Avicii hell, Lin Ling was like the king of evil ghosts. His pupils appeared and he stared at the heavenly ghosts, causing them to tremble. It was as if they were looking at Emperor Yama. Pop! 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 Lin Ling strode forward and punched each of the 18 heavenly ghosts to death. In the next moment, Lin Ling distorted space and appeared in front of Tao Xian. His ancient god's sovereign body appeared. His head touched the sky, his feet touched the ground, and his ancient god fist punched out. Boom! The punch made Tao Xian bow like a shrimp, his bones shattering. You dare to challenge me? Lin Ling unleashed a power that surpassed the 9 universes. His seemingly thin and weak fists were like the fists of a sovereign. He punched out again and again, causing Tao Xian to continuously spit out blood. It was a shocking scene. The surrounding disciples were dumbfounded. They thought Tao Xian would kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had been suppressing Tao Xian since the beginning of the battle. In the end, Tao Xian was killed. It was as if Tao Xian had met his nemesis when he met Lin Ling. This reminded them of Tao Xian's words. He said that Lin Ling was a piece of trash who only relied on his mouth. However, the scene before them proved that when Lin Ling didn't rely on his mouth, he relied on his strength to beat Tao Xian until he spat out blood. I admit defeat. Many of Tao Xian's bones were broken. His face was pale as he shouted anxiously. He was completely terrified. No wonder Lin Ling didn't want to fight. It was because he didn't want to. I refused to fight you, but you kept bothering me. Now you admit defeat? Chapter 1508. Fighting Lin Ling again. At that moment, Tao Xian was filled with regret. If he had known that Lin Ling was so powerful, he would never have challenged him. It was as if he had slapped himself hard in the face. Brother, save me. Tao Xian was hit by Lin Ling's fist again. He spat out a mouthful of blood and rushed towards Celestial Emperor Feiyang. Celestial Emperor Feiyang's face was solemn. He didn't know why Lin Ling wasn't afraid of his brother's Tao of Ghost, but his brother was in danger and he had to save him. Overbearing Celestial Emperor, what do you think? Celestial Emperor Feiyang knew that they were the ones who issued the challenge, so he could only look at overbearing Celestial Emperor for help. Lin Ling, let him go. Overbearing Celestial Emperor smiled. He was worried about Lin Ling before, but who knew that Lin Ling would be so strong? He was able to ignore the Tao of Ghost and suppress Tao Xian. This was unprecedented in the 7 Emperors world. Moreover, overbearing Celestial Emperor had a feeling that Lin Ling could win because Lin Ling was a ghost. Alright, overbearing Celestial Emperor, but Tao Xian, kneel down and kowtow 3 times and I'll spare your life. When Lin Ling heard Sky Sovereign Zong Emotion's words, he stopped and walked forward. He was wearing a black robe. At that moment, all the disciples of the 4 mountains were astonished, and their faces were extremely solemn. At this moment, Tao Xian's expression was ugly, but there was nothing he could do about Lin Ling. He could only kneel down and kowtow 3 times to Lin Ling because this battle was the focus of everyone's attention. Even if he didn't want to admit defeat, if Lin Ling killed him, no one would speak up for him. Bang bang bang. Tao Xian kept kowtowing while Lin Ling stood in front of him and looked down at him. You said I relied on my mouth, So why are you kneeling down and begging for mercy? His words made Tao Xian raise his head. His eyes were filled with malevolence and fury, but of course, there was also a strong sense of fear. Can't say anything? You said I wasn't qualified to be titled Celestial Emperor. Now, do you think you are more qualified than me? Lin Ling asked again. Tao Xian opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He'd been brutally tortured by Lin Ling. Did he have the right to deny Lin Ling? Since you can't say it, then scram. Lin Ling shook his head and kicked out fiercely. It was like the leg of a giant, overbearing and magnificent. Rumble. Tao Xian was sent flying like a cannonball. He pierced through dozens of mountains and was eventually submerged by them. The fifth strongest disciple of the West Mountain had been defeated. What a terrifying fellow. When he refused to fight, no one knew how strong he was. However, once he accepted the challenge, his attacks were like a storm. No matter what, Lin Ling had gained a firm foothold in the Four Mountains after this battle. Who among the ordinary Runhuang disciples would dare to disobey him? The five elements of heaven and earth reinforce each other. Lin Ling, you happen to have the power to restrain Tao Xian, so you won by a fluke. How about I fight you next? At that moment, a meteor streaked across the sky and landed heavily on the ground. It was the first king of East Mountain. Demonic Bone King, what right do you have to challenge Lin Ling? Seeing the demonic Bone King, the reigning celestial emperor frowned. The first king of East Mountain was indeed powerful. He had a high chance of being titled celestial emperor within 5 years. Why don't I have the right? Lin Ling humiliated me and looked down on me. Therefore he has to accept my challenge. If he wins, I'll be the first to approve of him being titled celestial emperor. The demonic Bone King stood there like a demon, a giant, and said indifferently. Hearing that, many people frowned. The first king of East Mountain was really domineering. It was as if Lin Ling needed his approval to be titled celestial emperor. Reigning celestial emperor, although killing is not allowed in the Seven Emperors world, I don't think the Seven Emperors will object to my challenge if someone provokes me and humiliates me with arrogant words. The Seven Emperors don't want to raise cowards, so why can't I challenge Lin Ling? The demonic Bone King shouted again. He was very smart. He turned Lin Ling's previous refusal into a humiliation, so he could find an excuse to fight Lin Ling and even take Lin Ling's violet gold human emperor card. The reigning celestial emperor frowned. Although the demonic Bone King was domineering, he was right. The Seven Emperors didn't want cowards, nor would they object to this kind of battle. Lin Ling, life or death battle, you can choose. Seeing the reigning celestial emperor's silence, the demonic Bone King sneered and shouted proudly. The crowd quieted down. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's strength was not bad, but everyone knew that there was still a gap between him and the first king of East Mountain. If Lin Ling wanted to fight, he would lose. Is the first king of East Mountain so embarrassing? Just as Lin Ling was about to speak, a figure slowly walked out from the crowd. This person was very short, wore a large cloak, and carried a sky-piercer halberd that was taller than him. It gave people a very strange feeling. However, after seeing this person clearly, the faces of many disciples changed slightly. The second-ranked emperor's disciple of North Mountain, the 9 spirits of heaven. However, the 9 spirits of heaven had always been a loner. Why would he come out and speak at this moment? Many people couldn't help but be curious. 9 spirits of heaven. You have a problem with that? The demonic Bone King frowned, as if he didn't dare to underestimate the other party. The first king of East Mountain is only a king in front of the weak. When faced with the strong, he is still nothing. The short youth in the distance said as he walked. He then shook his head. If you and Lin Ling fought fairly, I wouldn't have come out to speak. However, Lin Ling fought Tao Xian. Do you feel embarrassed if you fight again? After these words, the demonic Bone King's face turned ugly. In fact, if he fought again, it would be unfair. Also, you said that Lin Ling humiliated you. However, everyone saw that you were the one who forced Lin Ling to fight. Lin Ling refused, but you said that Lin Ling humiliated you. Does Lin Ling have to do whatever you want Lin Ling to do? The 9 spirits of heaven said again. I am a person who wins and loses. It's not that I want to help Lin Ling, but that I can't stand it. If you want to fight Lin Ling, sure, but you have to fight me first. It seems that the 9 spirits of heaven are going to help Lin Ling. The crowd's hearts surged as they understood the situation. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He didn't know the short youth, but the other party spoke from a fair point of view. This made Lin Ling have a good impression of him. At this moment, the demonic Bone King's face turned even uglier. The 9 spirits of heaven had degraded him with just a few words. He had lost all face, but he couldn't refute the 9 spirits of heaven. He immediately looked at Lin Ling and said, "As the Celestial Emperor, do you only know how to rely on the help of outsiders? You should know that as the Celestial Emperor, you should accept challenges from a large number of people. If you don't dare to fight, then you don't have the title of Celestial Emperor." The demonic Bone King obviously had no other choice, so he tried to provoke Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's expression didn't change, as if the powerful first king of East Mountain couldn't give him any pressure. He quietly listened to the demonic Bone King, then said, "Are you done?" Chapter 1509. Shut up. What I'm about to say is similar to what the 9 spirits of heaven said. You said that I humiliated you, but in fact you've been standing on your own side, forcing me to do as you say. If I didn't do it, I would be humiliating you, so it's more like jealousy. You think that I'm not as strong as you, so I'm not qualified to be called a celestial emperor. But don't forget, you're standing at the top of the pyramid of the human world, but you were as insignificant as an ant in the past. Lin Ling said word by word. His words were sharp and domineering. You're right. I'm standing at the top of the pyramid. I was insignificant in the past, but at least I'm stronger than you now. Demonic Bone King said indifferently. He still wanted to say something, but Lin Ling shouted coldly, You said you were done. Now shut up. Shut up? Demonic Bone King's pupils constricted. Lin Ling told him to shut up? He was the strongest disciple in East Mountain, and his strength had already reached the level of the Langya 10 halls. Lin Ling dared to shout at him? The surrounding disciples also opened their mouths wide. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so daring. Well, I'd like to see what else you want to say. Demonic Bone King laughed out of anger. I want to ask you, how did you become the #1 king in East Mountain? Lin Ling asked as if he didn't know how powerful Demonic Bone King was. I became a disciple for a year, defeated all the disciples in East Mountain, and became #1. Demonic Bone King said proudly. In the 7 Emperors' heaven, he was a famous peerless genius. So useless? Useless. Lin Ling smiled contemptuously. His words made Demonic Bone King's pupils constrict. He only used a year to become the #1 king in East Mountain, and Lin Ling said he was useless? You must not be convinced. Then let me tell you. I have only been a Renhuang's disciple for a dozen days, but now I have reached the 2nd position of East Mountain. If you give me a year, do you think you can still keep your position as the 1st king of East Mountain? You'll definitely be trampled under my feet. Of course, I understand why you want to challenge me. Because you're afraid. You're afraid that I'll grow up and surpass you. Lin Ling indifferently looked at the Devil Bone King. His voice was calm, but it was like a sword that pierced into the Devil Bone King's heart, causing his expression to darken. It was true that he had dominated Eastern Mountain in a year, but Lin Ling had only used a dozen days. Although he was not afraid of Lin Ling, others would not think so. They would think that he, the #1 king of Eastern Mountain, was afraid of being surpassed by the younger generation. That was why he was suppressing him now. He couldn't lose face like this. At this moment, the surrounding disciples were indeed discussing spiritedly. Although the Devil Bone King was stronger than Lin Ling, it was only for now. What if Lin Ling had a year's time? This was indeed difficult to evaluate. For a moment, many people looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's words were as sharp as swords. This also meant that Lin Ling's heart of martial arts had reached the great perfection realm. He was fearless and unaffected by any external factors. Everything is just your words. In the future, you still won't be my opponent. You think too highly of yourself. The Devil Bone King's body emitted a densing chi as he indifferently said, I don't think highly of myself, nor do I look down on myself. Facing the world, I only have a calm heart. At least I won't be like you, looking down on everything and thinking that you are invincible. However, in reality you can only dominate Eastern Mountain. In the mortal world, you are still an ant. Linling smiled. After reincarnating, he had seen many things compared to the Devil Bone King. He knew that the world was vast, the ghost realm, the devil realm, and the outer realm had many secrets. Therefore, although Linling was insolent, he was never arrogant. You may not be convinced, but I can tell you that if you want to fight to the death, you will die. Linling paused and indifferently looked at the Devil Bone King. At this moment, his eyes bloomed with incomparable majesty, as if he was a realm lord. If they really fought, then he, the Devil Bone King, would die. The crowd's hearts exploded. They didn't know where Linling's confidence came from. Only Linling himself knew that if he went all out, then the number one king of Eastern Mountain would also die. The reason was very simple. It was the Yellow Springs flame that came from the depths of his soul. However, if the Yellow Springs flame were to erupt, then his body would inevitably be burned because only his soul force could barely control it. Therefore, Linling was also so confident. The Devil Bone King's pupils shrank as he looked at Linling's eyes. He actually felt that he had entered the reincarnation cycle and was facing the Yellow Springs Great Emperor. This made him speechless for a moment. The surrounding disciples saw the Devil Bone King's silence and were also surprised. They didn't expect Linling to be so arrogant, saying that the Devil Bone King would die in a battle to the death. Most importantly, they saw that the Devil Bone King didn't dare to accept. Linling's pupils were still fixed on the Devil Bone King, but the Yellow Springs flame in the depths of his eyes gradually disappeared. He said indifferently, "You said that I'm the Celestial Emperor, but I don't have the qualifications. Therefore, you want to deprive me of my title and become the Celestial Emperor yourself. Fine, 1 month from now in this battle, if you win, you will be the Celestial Emperor." Yes. As soon as Linling's words fell, the crowd's expression changed. Linling actually agreed to the battle, and even said that if he lost, he would hand over the Violet Gold Human Emperor token. The person who obtained the Violet Gold Human Emperor token would be given the title of Celestial Emperor. This was the height that every emperor's disciple yearned for. No one would easily hand it over after obtaining it. Who knew that Linling would be so generous as to fight with the Violet Gold Human Emperor token? As for Linling, he was only a second-layer saint. It was impossible for him to reach the same height as the Devil Bone King in a month's time. He was bound to lose this battle. Who gave him such confidence? He's only been a sovereign's disciple for a dozen days. Yet he dares to challenge the number one king of Eastern Mountain? It seems like he's even crazier than I thought. Sigh. I really envy the Devil Bone King. He got the title of Celestial Emperor so easily. Sigh. Many powerful disciples were envious. Obviously, they all thought that Linling would lose without a doubt. Even if Linling's cultivation had caught up with the Devil Bone King, how could he catch up with the latter's immortal physique? At this moment, even the unhindered Heavenly Emperor frowned. It was very difficult to reach the Saint Realm. Even he thought that it was impossible to surpass the Devil Bone King in a month's time. You're really confident. Sigh. The 9 spirits of heaven was stunned for a moment, then smiled faintly. A month? Sigh. The Devil Bone King stood there quietly. His black demon bones were wriggling. It was clear that he was extremely angry at this moment, because not only was Linling not afraid to fight, he had even challenged him to a fight. Furthermore, he had even said that if he lost, he would hand over the title of Heavenly Emperor. This was a kind of contempt. It was as if he, the Devil Bone King, could not win at all. He even said that he would hand over the Violet Gold Human Emperor card. He could imagine that after today, the news of a disciple of Eastern Mountain challenging the first king of Eastern Mountain would spread like wildfire. And his prestige and strength as the first king of Eastern Mountain would be questioned by others, causing him to lose face. What, you don't dare? Linling stared at the Devil Bone King indifferently and said again, "Why wouldn't I dare? In a month's time, I'll see where your confidence comes from. You'll know how stupid and ridiculous you are for daring to challenge me, the number one king of Eastern Mountain." Chapter 15:10. A month's battle. I hope that after a month, there will be no Heavenly Emperor or anyone else backing you up. A cold voice floated out of the Devil Bone King's mouth at the same time. This also meant that he had accepted the challenge. After a month, he wanted Lin Ling to regret and ruthlessly humiliate Lin Ling. He wanted to tell Lin Ling and everyone else that Lin Ling was not qualified to be Heavenly Emperor. He, the first king of Eastern Mountain, was the true Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Interesting, I'm looking forward to it. The surrounding disciples watched the Devil Bone King leave, and then stared at Lin Ling still surprised. A month's time was really short. For many people it could not change anything at all. And if Lin Ling lost, then there would be a good show to watch because Lin Ling's title of Heavenly Emperor was given by the 7 emperors. If he lost, it was equivalent to losing face for the 7 emperors. At that time, even the 7 emperors would not be able to keep Lin Ling. You are really crazy. Although the Devil Bone King's strength is not as good as mine, it is not much worse. It will be very difficult for you to win against him. The 9 spirits of heaven frowned and said to Lin Ling previously, he just could not stand the unfairness of the disciples, so he stood up to speak, but they did not expect that Lin Ling did not need his help at all. He was fearless. Sometimes you need to give yourself some pressure. Lin Ling said with a faint smile with calmness, pressure? Although a martial artist's growth must be without pressure, the pressure you give yourself is too great. The 9 spirits of heaven said. For the first time, he felt that this newcomer was somewhat mysterious, because giving oneself 100 times the pressure was not something that anyone dared to do. A pot of wine different people will taste different. This also represents different lives. Just like the leaves on a tree, there will never be the same leaves. This is also a different life for every martial artist, and I chose this kind. Lin Ling looked at the sky and smiled. Hearing this, the 9 spirits of heaven's heart sank. For some reason, Lin Ling's words gave him an indescribable feeling. Different wine, different life? He thought to himself that this Lin Ling seemed to have experienced a lot and was different from other Renhuang's disciples. He knew that every Renhuang disciple here was a peerless genius in Xianpeng province. Their heart of martial arts was in the perfect realm, unaffected by the heavens and earth, unaffected by the words of others. They were always confident. However, it was his first time seeing someone with a heart of martial arts like Lin Ling's. You shouldn't have been able to beat Tao Xian. He's a 7th-level mystic after all. How did you win? The 9 spirits of heaven thought of the previous battle and asked curiously. He cultivates the ghost Tao and understands the great Tao of reincarnation. But against someone who has already died, what's the use of reincarnation? Lin Ling retracted his gaze from the sky and smiled. People who have died. The 9 spirits of heaven's heart trembled. How old was Lin Ling? He seemed to be younger than him, but Lin Ling had died before? And looking at Lin Ling's appearance, he didn't seem to be a reincarnated cultivator. This was too shocking. He was stunned for a moment, and Lin Ling looked at the man in the distance and bowed with a smile. Unhindered Heaven Emperor, thank you for before. No need. Unhindered Heaven Emperor didn't say much. After bowing, he left quietly. Heaven Emperor Feiyong looked at Lin Ling coldly. Originally, Lin Ling had abused his brother, and with his status he would definitely teach him a lesson. However, Lin Ling was now a Heaven Emperor, and his status was the same as his, so he didn't have the right to touch Lin Ling. 1 month later, if you lose, you will be kicked out of the 7 Emperors' heaven. Heaven Emperor Feiyong left this sentence and turned to leave. You don't have to worry about that. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. He nodded at He Shi'er and the others and strode away. 1 month later. The powerful disciples around also stared at Lin Ling, and the anticipation in their hearts grew stronger. As expected of my master, he can already challenge East Mountain's first king. I've heard of that arrogant junior, and that guy's strength is probably not much weaker than mine. Heaven Touch Great Sage followed Lin Ling with a heavy heart. Although he was one of the 10 temple masters of Langya, he didn't dare to provoke East Mountain's first king in the 7 Emperors' heaven. It was still possible outside, but he wasn't very confident in defeating East Mountain's first king. Let's talk about it 1 month later. That guy's strength is indeed not weak. Lin Ling didn't show any arrogance because he knew that the number 1 king of the Eastern Mountain had an earth-rank immortal body and the supreme demon bone. With such terrifying talent, given some time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to surpass Lady Shui Wu and the other experts. He, she, and the others were even more aware of East Mountain's first king's strength. They were also surprised by Lin Ling's courage, especially Murong Xian and the others. They didn't expect this lecher to be so bold. One must know that East Mountain's first king had dominated East Mountain for a year, but this lecher actually took less than 2 months. Whether Lin Ling could win this battle or not, it was undeniable that his strength was definitely among the top in the mortal world. You're the 9 spirits of heaven? Surname Xianyuan, that's rare. Lin Ling walked forward, and the short 9 spirits of heaven followed behind him. Carrying a 2-meter-long halberd, they gave off an extremely strange feeling, but they couldn't be underestimated. In the entire mortal world, there is only one Xianyu. The 9 spirits of heaven said indifferently. Their short stature had an indescribable aura. Then do you know Xianyuan Ge? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and asked. No. When the surname Xianyuan was mentioned, the 9 spirits of heaven's face became even colder. Lin Ling smiled and didn't continue to ask. Lin Ling, I have high hopes for you. Don't lose this battle. The 9 spirits of heaven stopped and looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the other party to believe in him so much. He immediately nodded. I've experienced a lot of battles, so I won't lose. Good. That's good. If you win, you'll be the ruler of the Xianpeng Great Region. The 9 spirits of heaven left these words and strode away, looking a little cold. This guy. Sigh. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. When the short 9 spirits of heaven became cold, it gave people a strange feeling. In the next month I have to cultivate heart, so I'll be separated from everyone for the time being. Sigh. Lin Ling looked at heaven-touching Sage and the others. They also knew that Lin Ling was pressed for time, so they nodded and let Lin Ling leave alone. Your Majesty, what an arrogant junior. He actually dares to challenge you. Your Majesty's current strength can be ranked among the top 10 generals of the star-picking nation. At this time, Purple Elder's voice sounded. He was especially protective of his own and spoke to Lin Ling. Although that's the case, I'm currently standing at the top of the pyramid in Xianpeng Province. Naturally, the opponents I encounter can also be ranked among the top 10 generals. Lin Ling shook his head and said. He didn't think that the Devil Bone King was an easy opponent to take down. Next, I have to raise the level of the Fiend God Overlord body. Only then can the gap between me and the Devil Bone King shrink. Sigh. Chapter 15:11. Fire Dragon King's Realm. Your Majesty, if you use Time Freeze and your powerful soul power, you might be able to kill the Devil Bone King in one strike. Purple Elder still felt that the Devil Bone King was not Lin Ling's opponent. Time Freeze is related to the laws of heaven and earth, so I don't want to use it casually. How could Lin Ling not know about Purple Elder's trump cards? However, those trump cards could affect the whole situation, so he did not want to use them casually. If I want to increase the level of my Fiend God Overlord body, I can only use Half Saint's essence. Okay. Let's go to Splendid Land and challenge the Xian board. Okay. Lin Ling had already accepted the mission. As long as he could enter the Xian board, he would be able to obtain the reward of Half Saint's essence. However, before proceeding, Lin Ling needed to increase his strength by another 10%. After returning to his residence, Lin Ling immediately entered the Purple Mansion. The 4th layer of the Purple Mansion, Purgatory World, was filled with flames. Currently, my heavenly pattern martial arts are at the pinnacle level. The battles during this period have made me more familiar with the fire martial Dao. It is time to enter the transcendent realm. Okay. Lin Ling thought in the endless flames. Then he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the strange flames of heaven and earth. Even if Lin Ling hadn't comprehended the transcendent realm's heavenly pattern martial arts, he wasn't far from it. Firstly, his Tyrant Song sword art could be raised to this stage, allowing him to familiarize himself with this realm in advance. Second, Lin Ling had the ability to return to the origin of martial arts. That was the comprehension of origin power. Fire Dragon King's Realm. Okay. After spending half a year in the Purple Mansion, Lin Ling finally touched the great law that transcended the realm. This great law was different from the tyrannical Song sword. Under Lin Ling's comprehension, he actually transformed into a Fire Dragon King. The reason why he comprehended this martial art was because Lin Ling cultivated the fire martial Dao in the past. There was a martial art that used fire as nourishment to increase one's strength. And the current Fire Dragon King's realm was to give up millions of fire dragons to form a huge Fire Dragon King. Then it would devour the Fire Dragon King and transform itself into the Great Law of Fire. So it's like that. Lin Ling opened his eyes and stretched out his left hand. A terrifying Great Law of Flames appeared and transformed into a mini dragon. However, after Lin Ling struck out with his palm, the mini dragon grew larger and larger. Wherever it passed, there would be Great Law of Flames, causing the void to explode and the horns of the fire dragon to appear. Finally, a gigantic Fire Dragon King appeared. Amazing! Your Majesty's martial way of fire has already surpassed star-picking nation's undying Fire King. Old Violet thought from afar. On the ground, the majestic Fire Dragon King appeared and circled around in the air. It opened its mouth and roared. Below the Fire Dragon King, Lin Ling was like the son of the Fire Dragon King, standing in the middle of the Great Law of the universe, dominating everything. His Majesty's heavenly pattern martial arts transcendence realm seems to be devouring Fire Dragon Kings. Old Violet said again. Everyone's heavenly pattern martial arts were different. Some people comprehended the heavenly pattern martial arts of their predecessors while others comprehended it on their own. Those who comprehended it on their own would be able to change according to their master's heavenly pattern martial arts. Therefore, Old Violet guessed that His Majesty must have cultivated a great law of flames that could devour the energy of heaven and earth. After a long time, Lin Ling walked over with a faint smile on his face. His eyes were sharp. At this moment, his strength had increased by another 10%. Without relying on any of his trump cards, he could easily defeat a fourth-layer Saint expert with just his own strength. With my current strength, it won't be difficult for me to reach the first place of the lower Xian ranking. A month's time was very short. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't want to waste any time. Jinxiu Mountain and River was the core of Xianpeng Province. It was also the place where the most experts gathered. Other than the experts from Xianpeng Province, there were also experts from Xianyuan and Xianhuangdiyu. The four lists of the cultivation pavilion represented the strongest cultivators in the human world. The difference between them and the three myths was that the three myths were peerless geniuses and they were much younger. At this moment, the Xian ranking was filled with the top experts from the first to second layer of the Saint realm. Flames bloomed on the Xian ranking, and behind each flame was a name that one had to look up to. The lower Xian ranking list rarely changes. Of course, it's very difficult to break through to the Saint layer. Therefore, some people have been on the lower Xian ranking list for a few years, but they still haven't reached the middle Xian ranking list. The first one is an ancient cultivator from the great region of Xianyuan. The second one is a strong student from Xianhuangdiyu. The third one is Jindosa from the Seven Emperors world. They're still smiling proudly in the world. Below the lower Xian ranking list, a large number of cultivators were standing there and looking up at the lower Xian ranking list. They were looking forward to it. Maybe for them, looking at those strong cultivators was motivating them. The lower Xian ranking list is the same. First, you have to win 10 battles in a row. Then you'll get 3 million purity stones as a reward. If you go back to the Seven Emperors world, you'll get 10 drops of Half Saint's essence. If you reach the middle Xian ranking list, you'll get 100 drops of Half Saint's essence. That's enough for me to reach the 5th layer of my godly demon overlord body. At this moment among the warriors, a handsome young man looked at the list indifferently. His eyes were burning with passion. He was Lin Ling. 1 month is too short, so I have to save time. I have to reach the top of the lower Xian ranking list in 1 day, said Lin Ling smiling. He was extremely confident. Shameless boasting. The lower Xian ranking list isn't like the yellow ranking. It can change at any time. You're dreaming if you want to reach the top in 1 day, said an expert disdainfully as soon as Lin Ling finished speaking. It was impossible to reach the top in 1 day. Even an old monster who had cultivated for 100 years couldn't do it. It was also difficult for the disciples of the 3 great legends because most of them had to take 1 step at a time to reach the top. Lin Ling smiled and didn't pay attention to the other party's words. One had to know that Lin Ling had gone to the ghost realm. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds, so he hadn't come to challenge the lower Xian ranking list for a long time. However, it wasn't the same for the other powerful disciples. They would come to challenge the lower Xian ranking list as soon as their strength increased a little, and then they would slowly climb to the top. One of them took one step at a time, while Lin Ling had accumulated a lot of strength. So it was naturally different. Lin Ling, why are you here? At this moment a familiar voice was heard. Lin Ling looked over and immediately saw Lord Shuiwu and Venerable Si coming. Seeing this, Lin Ling quickly walked over with a smile. Lin Ling, what a familiar name. It's the disciple of the human sovereign from half a month ago. Below the lower Xian ranking list, the martial artists who had disdained Lin Ling before narrowed their eyes. It was Lin Ling. Everyone in Xianpeng province knew about Lin Ling. This peerless genius who was in the limelight had defeated Hong Qiandi not long ago, and took the first place in the recommendation list. He was known as the young man who would surpass Langya and the 10 carefree palaces in the future. No wonder he ignored me before. It's because he disdained me. Chapter 15:12. The name of senior brother. Fortunately, he didn't take it to heart. It seems that compared to the other disciples, he is more approachable and didn't bully the weak. The cultivator said nervously. If it weren't for his fear of Lin Ling's majesty, he would have gone over to apologize at this moment. Compared to this, I'm more curious about what Lin Ling said before. He wants to reach the top of the Xian ranking. That's right. In the past, he was the first on the yellow board. Now, in less than half a year, he is going to reach the top of the lower profound board. This progress is too terrifying. I admit that Lin Ling is a peerless genius, but it's still very difficult for him to reach the top of the lower Xian ranking because he has only been a disciple of the human emperor for half a month. According to my guess, he would at most be ranked in the 50s of the lower Xian ranking. The surrounding warriors were in high spirits. They felt honored to be able to see Lin Ling with their own eyes. However, they weren't sure if Lin Ling could reach the top of the Xian board. For a time the news spread everywhere. Many martial artists from Xianpeng province came to visit because of the fame. Lord Watermist and Venerable Si Coming also knew that Lin Ling wanted to challenge the Xian role. They couldn't help but gasp. Lin Ling, don't you need more time to prepare? After all, you've only been a human sovereign's disciple for half a month. Lord Watermist had already recovered from his injuries. He looked at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with gratitude. If it weren't for Lin Ling, he would have perished long ago. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling again, he felt that he was on the same level as him. Needless to say, Venerable Si Coming had to look up to Lin Ling. Time is limited, so there's no need to prepare anymore. Lin Ling said with a smile, his handsome face full of confidence. You always do things that surprise people. However, since you have made up your mind, I will not persuade you. You only need to know that Lord Yuan is ranked 3rd on the lower profound ranking. Lady Shuiwu said with a smile. At the same time she reminded Lin Ling, Lord Yuan? Gendosa, right? Thank you, I got it. Lin Ling smiled again. Lord Yuan was about to address Lin Ling as senior brother. Humph, blindly arrogant and conceited. With such an attitude, you won't go far in the world of martial arts. At this moment a cold shout rang out. Lin Ling looked over and saw a large number of figures walking over. It was Lord Shan Wu. Today, a genius from our Black-White Dao Palace has gone to challenge the Xian role. Thus many people from our Black-White Dao Palace have come. Lady Watermist stared at him as she explained to Lin Ling. At this moment, Lord Shan Wu had brought a large number of people with him. He was frowning as he walked over. When he saw Lin Ling, anger surged in his heart. He no longer had any authority in the Black-White Dao Palace. It was only a matter of time before he was stripped of his position as palace master. And all of this had been brought about by Lin Ling. Thus, when he saw Lin Ling, he wished he could swallow Lin Ling's bones. 2nd level saint. As expected of the 7 emperors. In half a month, Lin Ling's cultivation has risen. Lord Shan Wu frowned as he discovered that Lin Ling's cultivation had risen. 2nd level saint. That's not very strong. Lord, is this Lin Ling the Black-White Dao Palace's recommendation this year? Good, when I become a mortal emperor's disciple next year, I will surpass him and seize his glory. Beside Lord Shan Wu, a youth spoke. This person had his hands behind his back and an indescribable expression on his face. He was the Black-White Dao Palace's new recommendation. It had to be known that the 4 pillars and 8 pillars each year had a recommendation quota. This year, Lin Ling had already become a mortal emperor's disciple. Thus, the Black-White Dao Palace had already begun preparing for next year's recommendation quota. Clearly, this youth was the one that Lord Shanwu valued. Lin Ling, don't be arrogant. Wait for me. I will surpass you. The youth was extremely confident as he stared at Lin Ling and shouted. His cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the Saint Realm. He was stronger than the Black-White Dao Palace's previous recommendation quota, so he was confident. What kind of dog is this? However, Lin Ling only glanced at the youth before speaking indifferently. This youth's cultivation was not weak, but he could clearly sense that in other areas, he was as weak as a dog. Did this youth think that just because his cultivation had reached the standard, his strength would also reach the standard? If this youth were to enter the 7 Emperors' world, he would be nothing more than trash. You're calling me a dog? Lord Shanwu, can I teach him a lesson? Although he is my senior brother, his mouth is too smelly. I want to slap him 3 times. The youth's eyes narrowed as he shouted angrily. Lin Ling's cultivation was the same as his. What right did Lin Ling have to become a mortal emperor's disciple while he had to wait for a year? This year's mortal emperor's disciple exam was because he had missed it. Otherwise, how could Lin Ling be so arrogant? Slap me 3 times? Lin Ling smiled and led Lord Shuiwu and Lord Shanwu forward. Then Lin Ling stood in front of the youth looking down at him. Lin Ling could not understand where this youth's confidence came from. Moreover, his mouth was so arrogant. One had to know that Lin Ling and Lord Shanwu had never been on good terms. Since this youth was with Lord Shanwu, this meant that he was Lin Ling's enemy. Between enemies, Lin Ling did not even speak, and this youth was so arrogant that he could not see through him. This made Lin Ling unable to laugh even if he wanted to. What do you want? Don't think that you can be my senior brother just because you are older. The youth's name was Zhang Zhan, and he was from a hidden family in Xianpeng province. This family was said to be a descendant of one of the 4 ancient countries, the Fire God dynasty. Moreover, Zhang Zhan had a heavenly soldier ranked 10th on the heavenly soldier ranking. With all these factors added together, he felt that he was the top genius of Xianpeng province. What do I want to do? Lin Ling looked at Zhang Zhan indifferently. After smiling, he slapped out. Facing your senior brother, shouldn't you be bowing? Since this is a recommendation from the Black-White Dao Palace, who taught you to be so rude? Slap. The crisp sound of a slap rang out, and the pupils of the surrounding people froze. Zhang Zhan's mouth was wide open. He never thought that Lin Ling would dare to slap him. Even Lord Mountain Wu frowned. Lin Ling had slapped one of his men in front of him. This was too arrogant. One had to know that although Lin Ling was strong, how could he compare to an expert like the 4 pillars and 8 pillars? Good. You have guts. However, for the sake of Lord Mountain Wu and Lord Watermist, I'll swallow this slap. However, I'll return this slap 10-fold. Zhang Zhan's face was extremely gloomy. However, with Lord Watermist present, he didn't dare to be arrogant. After all, his strength was inferior to Lord Watermist's. In addition, Lin Ling had said that he didn't bow when he saw his senior brother. This was clearly his fault. 10-fold? How about 20 times or 100 times? Lin Ling laughed again. He had no grudges with Zhang Zhan, but the latter had been arrogant the moment he saw him. It was as if he wanted to step on Lin Ling to become famous. How could Lin Ling give him any face? Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of slaps continued to ring out. A total of 10 slaps. According to Zhang Zhan's words, 1 slap must be returned 10-fold. Then, Zhang Zhan would return 100 slaps to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, use your actions to tell Zhang Zhan that he should return it to me 10-fold. At the same time, he was telling Zhang Zhan that he was still a newcomer. It was better for him to keep a low profile. Lin Ling, you're not giving me any face. Chapter 15-13. Pretentious. Zhang Zhan gritted his teeth. He almost wanted to teach the senior brother Lin Ling a lesson. However, since Lord Shanwu had spoken, He believed that Lord Shanwu would uphold justice for him. Why should I give you face? I'm still his senior brother. Not only did he not greet me, he even had such bad breath. How could I not hit him? It's better to wake him up, to let him know that there's always someone better. As for you, Lord Shanwu? Slap. Lin Ling smiled, as if he was talking to Lord Shanwu with a friend. However, as soon as he finished his sentence, he slapped Lord Shanwu too. I'll hit you too. Slap. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap was heard. The spectators in the distance were shocked. Lord Shanwu was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. He was stronger than Langya and the unfettered 10 halls. However, he was not a peerless genius. He was just old. However, no matter how old he was, his strength was still there. Yet, Lin Ling still dared to hit him. Even Lord Shuiwu was shocked. She did not expect Lin Ling to be so courageous. You hit me? Lord Shanwu's thin face was filled with shock. Previously, he had wanted to uphold justice for Zhang Zhan. However, Lin Ling was so overbearing and arrogant that he even hit him. This made his face extremely gloomy. He used his hand to touch his slightly hot face. Lin Ling, you should know the difference in strength between us. You should also know that there are some things that you have to pay the corresponding price for doing. He was threatening Lin Ling. He wanted Lin Ling to see the truth and regret his actions. Slap. However, the answer he got was a slap. I'm a disciple of the human emperor. Not only did you not greet me, you even allowed your disciple to humiliate me. Lord Shanwu, do you know what you've done? Lin Ling said coldly after slapping Lord Shanwu. Lord Shanwu had tried to harm him many times. Now that his status was higher than Lord Shanwu, he would not give him any face. A human emperor's disciple? Lord Shanwu's eyes narrowed. He just remembered that a human emperor's disciple was extremely noble. Even in the 7 emperors' heavens, no one dared to offend them. You said that there are some things that you have to pay the price for. Lord Shanwu, I wonder what price I have to pay. Lin Ling Shanwu was reprimanding Lord Shanwu. You. Lord Shanwu's was Shanwu's disciple. Now Lin Shanwu's disciple, what was the price? Lord Shanwu was Shanwu? Most he. Lord Shanwu's Shanxing to Shanyu. Lord Shan Yin the Shan pillars. Shan Fefito Trans and Lord Shanwu looked around and saw that many people were looking at him mockingly. He felt even more embarrassed. However, when he thought of Lin Ling's identity as a Renhuang's disciple, he lowered his head and said, I was rude just now. I hope Lord Lin Ling will not take it to heart. Since you're so sincere and I've slapped you a few times, I'll let you off this time. Lin Ling nodded. Boom! Lord Shanwu's heart thundered. Lin Ling was going to spare him? It was not difficult for him to kill Lin Ling with his current strength. However, he did not dare to do so. I know you can't wait to kill me, but let me remind you, if you want to kill me, it's best if no one knows. Otherwise, if the 7 emperors heaven find out, your lowly life will definitely die. Lin Ling knew what Lord Shanwu was thinking and laughed coldly. Lord Shanwu's body was trembling. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, he forced himself to smile. Lord Lin Ling, you're overthinking. At this moment, he wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he did not dare to. The feeling of being in a stalemate was worse than killing him. Lin Ling, you're so arrogant. The crowd in the distance was shocked. Not just anyone in the Great Xianpeng region could do such a thing. In the past, when Lord Shanwu fought with Lord Shuiwu, Lin Ling was with Lord Shuiwu. Naturally, he's suppressing his opponent now. Lord Shuiwu is lucky. He supported Lin Ling in the past. Today Lin Ling is repaying him. We can hold our heads high. This is what a martial artist should be like. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they began to discuss among themselves. They looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Lord Shuiwu was very excited. He had helped Lin Ling in the past because he knew that Lin Ling would surpass him in the future. However, he did not expect that Lin Ling would surpass him in less than a year. A Renhuang's disciple is indeed arrogant. Even Lord Shanwu was beaten speechless. At this moment, Zhang Zhan was not afraid of Lin Ling. He was only angry because he had been slapped in the face by Lin Ling. He had thought that Lord Shanwu would back him up. In the end, Lord Shanwu had also been beaten up. That meant that he had been beaten up for nothing. In his family he was the pride of the heavens. Who would dare to beat him up? He had thought that after leaving the mountain, he would be able to laugh at the world. However, he had met an arrogant guy like Lin Ling. Of course, in his opinion, Lin Ling was only arrogant because of his identity as a Renhuang's disciple. Otherwise, he was nothing. Senior brother Lin Ling, impressive, very impressive. Previously, I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Therefore, I have offended you. Please forgive me, brother. At this moment, Zhang Zhan smiled at Lin Ling. His attitude was respectful. This surprised the others. Zhang Zhan had been slapped in the face. He should have been angry. Therefore, they did not understand what he was doing now. This Zhang Zhan knows when to yield and when to stand tall. He's not simple. Lord Shuiwu thought. Lord Shuiwu thought to himself. He was not very clear about Zhang Zhan's background. However, to be able to be recommended by Lord Shanwu, he must not be a nobody. Lord Shanwu sneered. He knew that Zhang Zhan was arrogant and would definitely not swallow his anger. Clearly, Zhang Zhan was retreating in order to advance. He wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. This Zhang Zhan was indeed powerful. He knew that he could not fight Lin Ling head-on, so he must be using a scheme. This thought rose in the minds of the others. Now it was up to Lin Ling to deal with it. After all, one did not hit a smiling person. Since the other party had respectfully called him senior brother, Lin Ling should not put down his pride to make things difficult for the other party. Fail to recognize Mount Tai? You have dog eyes, so how can you recognize Mount Tai? Sigh. However, when everyone thought that Lin Ling would also talk politely, Lin Ling laughed mockingly. His disdainful words stunned the crowd. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so unconventional and overbearing. Zhang Zhan's pupils constricted. He also did not expect Lin Ling to call him dog eyes. Hehe, senior brother Lin Ling, your words are sharp. Hehe. Zhang Zhan was still laughing, but his hands were clenched tightly behind his back. Blue veins popped out. Clearly, he was suppressing his anger. You don't need to give face to dogs. Dogs have no face, so they can't compare to humans. Hehe. Just as Zhang Zhan was forcefully suppressing his anger, Lin Ling spoke again. Zhang Zhan gritted his teeth and finally could not help but shout, Senior brother Lin Ling, don't push your luck. That's right. We are enemies, so there's no need to pretend. I can tell you that I don't like you when I see you, so I called you a dog. I'm just that simple. If I want to scold you, I'll scold you. If you can't take it, you can scram. Lin Ling's face was still cold as he shouted again. Chapter 15-14. Star-plucking thunder god blade you. Zhang Zhan's handsome face was distorted with anger. His plan had been ruined. He was most afraid of opponents like Lin Ling, who did not play by the rules. He roared, You are the senior brother, and I am the junior brother. I think that if I participate in this year's exam, you will be qualified to be proud. You Lin Ling are just a trash. If you are not convinced, how about we fight? He was too lazy to be hypocritical. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling directly. He wanted Lin Ling to regret. I haven't even spoken 3 sentences and you've already become angry out of humiliation. This kind of heart of martial arts is really disappointing. Wow! But what surprised everyone was that when Zhang Zhan became angry, Lin Ling became calm instead. It was completely different from his previous thunderous momentum. Playing. The crowd was stunned for a moment. Such a word appeared in their minds. Lin Ling was playing with Zhang Zhan. And this was indeed the case. Zhang Zhan didn't think that Lin Ling wouldn't be angry at all, but instead be so calm and relaxed. He was stunned for a moment, and then the anger in his heart began to boil like a volcano. Everyone could see that he was shaking with anger. Although that young man's cultivation is not bad, he is still too inexperienced. He can't be compared to Lin Ling. He was provoked by Lin Ling with just a few words. Wow! Lin Ling is worthy of being the #1 referral this year. No one can compare to him at all. Amazing! The people around were full of admiration. Who was strong and who was weak, it was clear at a glance. Those voices fell into Zhang Zhan's ears. It was like endless mockery. He roared again, "Junior brother Zhang, I dare you to fight with senior brother." Rumble. After saying that, he waved his right hand and a black broadsword appeared. Then he stabbed it into the ground, causing a void explosion. Sizzle. At the same time, endless lightning swept out, making it difficult for the people in the distance to breathe. That broadsword was extraordinary. That's the star-plucking thunder divine blade. Many people's expressions changed drastically. Of course they recognized that saber. More than 10 years ago, that saber had appeared in Xianpeng province and caused a huge uproar. Its name had shaken Xianpeng province. Although it had disappeared in the following period of time, that saber was still regarded by many martial artists as one of the 10 great celestial soldiers of Xianpeng province, ranked 9th. With this saber, one's comprehension of the great regulations of lightning will be greatly improved. No wonder that young man is so confident and dares to challenge Lin Ling. If I remember correctly, this saber was obtained by an expert from the Li Hua divine dynasty. That young man is a descendant of the Li Hua divine dynasty. If he is a descendant of the Li Hua divine court, then he has indeed missed this year's assessment. Otherwise, he could have become a human sovereign's disciple and even surpassed Lin Ling. The surrounding people were shocked and no longer dared to underestimate Zhang Zhan. At that moment, Zhang Zhan seemed to be emitting endless light, as if he had become a human sovereign's disciple. He looked at Lin Ling provocatively and said, "Senior brother Lin Ling, I know that you have defeated Hong Tiandi. However, this is not something to be proud of because Hong Tiandi and I are both descendants of ancient countries. However, I am stronger than him." After saying that, the broadsword on the ground buzzed and released a thunderous pressure. It was as if it was not a broadsword that was stabbed into the ground, but a thunderbolt. Li Hua Divine Court. Lady Shui Wu's expression turned serious. Then she saw Lin Ling frown and immediately explained, "Star-picking nation, Hong Dynasty, Spirit Creek Celestial Fruit, and Li Hua Divine Court are the 4 ancient countries. They are on par with the 7 emperors' heaven today." Hearing that, Lin Ling's expression turned serious. As everyone knows, among the 4 ancient countries, star-picking nations' weapons are the most famous. My star-picking thunder god blade came from one of the 10 generals under the star-picking great emperor, the immortal thunder god. Zhang Zhan said proudly as he noticed the respectful gazes around him. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. It must be known that among the 4 great ancient countries, the star-plucking country's Tao of forging was unique. Taking the current era as an example, being able to obtain a weapon from the star-plucking country was something that every martial artist dreamed of. Unfortunately, that kind of treasure was too rare, and ordinary people would never be able to come across it. This blade is at the emperor level. Zhang Zhan's aura grew stronger and stronger like a thunderbolt. Emperor level. The hearts of the crowd trembled again. Lin Ling stared at the star-picking thunder god blade. The Eye of Time quietly appeared and he nodded. It was indeed a weapon from star-picking nation. There were more than 500,000 runes on it. However, it had some flaws. Compared to Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword, it was still weaker. After all, Lin Ling's weapons came from star-picking nation. In the current era, if he claimed to be the best, no one would dare to claim to be second. Are you surprised? Zhang Zhan saw that Lin Ling was silent and immediately thought that Lin Ling was afraid. He asked proudly, "I am indeed surprised." Lin Ling nodded. Of course, he was not surprised by how powerful the blade was. He just did not expect to see the weapon of star-picking nation's top 10 generals. That was all. "Senior brother Lin Ling, why don't you give me some pointers? This blade is right there. If you can move it, I, Zhang Zhan, will give you 1 million vitality stones. Of course, if senior brother Lin Ling feels that it is too difficult, you can just bow respectfully when you see me in the future," Zhang Zhan said indifferently. Right now, he wanted to humiliate Lin Ling. 1 million vitality stones. This Zhang Zhan is so confident. It should not be difficult to move it. Dream on. The powerful celestial weapon has already recognized its master. So, not to mention moving that blade, it is difficult to even pull it out. Getting close to it is equivalent to withstanding the great rule of thunder. So terrifying. The surrounding people felt that the blade was even more difficult to deal with. Could it be that senior brother Lin Ling does not dare to do it? Or do you think that I, Zhangzhan, can't give you those vitality stones? You can rest assured that I am from the Lihua divine dynasty. A mere 1 million vitality stones is nothing to me. I am not as shabby as senior brother Lin Ling, who has never seen 1 million vitality stones in his life. Zhangzhan laughed and his words were full of sarcasm. Since that is the case, how about I add a wager? If Lin Ling can move that blade, I will also give him 1 million vitality stones. Of course, if Lin Ling fails, he will have to kneel down and kowtow 3 times. At this moment, a voice came from afar, following which a large number of people walked over. Looking over, one could see that the person leading them was clad in armor. He was like a divine general. It was the Golden Armor King. The Golden Armor King of Langyutan Halls is here to join in the fun. It is said that Lin Ling wants to challenge him. Therefore, the Golden Armor King and Lin Ling are like fire and water. Now, the Golden Armor King will definitely teach Lin Ling a lesson. Even the Golden Armor King has said so. It seems like Lin Ling is helpless against that blade. Many people shook their heads. An Emperor Stage Heavenly Soldier was already rare. Furthermore, it came from the star-picking nation. It was obviously stronger than an ordinary Emperor Stage Heavenly Soldier. It was not strange that Lin Ling could not move it. Lin Ling, why don't you dare to say anything? Don't you want money? The Golden Armor King had already arrived in front of the crowd and smiled faintly. Come on, senior brother Lin Ling. Zhangzhan saw that there was an expert backing him. His aura was like thunder and fire. He actually shouted at Lin Ling. The two forces are clashing. Previously, Lin Ling had the upper hand. Now he is being suppressed. Seeing this scene, many people were looking forward to it. This was a clash between the top experts. 2 million vitality stones? At this moment, Lin Ling frowned slightly. Lin Ling, be careful. Lord Shui Wu reminded from the side. The other party was too confident. Therefore, that blade must be extraordinary. If Lin Ling was tempted, he would definitely fall into the other party's trap. Lord Shui Wu, if you don't dare, then you don't dare. Why do you have to slander us? Lin Ling is a dignified disciple of the human emperor. He doesn't even dare to touch a blade. I think he should just give up his identity as a disciple. Don't you think so, Lin Ling? Lord Shan Wu said with a smile, as if he was elated. This Zhangzhan was indeed powerful. With just a few words he made Lin Ling swallow his anger. Hearing Lord Shan Wu's words, Lin Ling nodded and said lightly, 2 million vitality stones is too little. Why don't Lord Shan Wu also bet 1 million? If I can't move it, I will kneel down and kowtow to you. Chapter 15:15. A sword breaks a saber. An Emperor Stage Heavenly Soldier from the star-picking nation. Lin Ling actually wanted to shake it? This was simply a fool's dream. Everyone's pupils constricted as they stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Even Mistress Mist frowned and said worriedly, Lin Ling, the star-picking nation's weapon can't be compared to today's weapons. It's said that it has more runes. That's it. This saber isn't considered an Emperor Stage weapon. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. What? Not considered an Emperor Stage weapon? The surrounding people held their breaths. Although they admitted that Lin Ling's strength was not bad, Lin Ling was too arrogant. He actually dared to evaluate the star-picking nation's weapon like this. Shameless boasting. Zhangzhan shouted angrily. Lin Ling was simply ignorant. He probably didn't even know what the star-picking nation was. Lin Ling, you're as arrogant as ever. Do you think this is an ordinary Emperor Stage weapon? But that's fine too. Since you've agreed, I'll wait for you to kneel and kowtow. Golden Armor King's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling on the spot. But before that, he wanted to humiliate Lin Ling properly. Since you're so confident, I'll also add 1 million. If you can pull this saber out of the ground, it'll be your win. Mistress Mountain Mist also sneered. Lin Ling was so stupid. He knew that it was a trap but still jumped in. Mistress Mountain Mist could also vent her anger. There's no need for him to pull it out of the ground. If he can get close to the saber, it'll be his win. Zhangzhan had absolute confidence in his star-picking Thunder God saber. This was because the saber's defense was extremely strong. It had formed its own great law of thunder, and even that great law was above his comprehension of martial arts. It belonged to an emperor stage weapon that could be unsealed at any time. One had to know that after the patriarch rewarded him with this saber, he had once used it to kill a disciple of the Yungu Immortal Foundation. An emperor stage weapon had the power to unseal, but it could be unsealed at any time. This was extremely rare. Thunder God Saber, someone has underestimated you. Then let him see your power. After that, Zhang calmly spoke. As the sound of his voice faded, it was as though the mandate of thunder had descended. That ancient saber let out a humming sound as the law of thunder and lightning gushed forth, causing the surroundings to turn into a pool of thunder and lightning. The law of thunder and lightning had actually reached the Empyrean realm. After the thunder and lightning bloomed, a god of thunder could be faintly seen floating above the saber. This was one of the 10 great generals of star-picking nation, the indestructible thunder god. What a terrifying saber! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated one after another. They were afraid that the lightning from the saber would wreak havoc. An emperor stage weapon that can be unsealed at any time? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Naturally, he could see the power of that saber. Although they were both at the monarch level, the functions of the star-plucking thunder divine saber and the tyrant song sword were clearly different. The advantage of the star-plucking thunder divine saber was that it could be unsealed at any time, allowing the wielder to possess the great laws of the transcendent realm. Saber not bad. Unfortunately, it's a general's saber. Nodding, Lin Ling drew his sword and walked forward. Many people widened their eyes. What did Lin Ling want to do? Zhang sneered. Did Lin Ling want to break the sword with his saber? The Golden Armor King also shook his head in disdain. Lin Ling's sword was also very powerful, but even an emperor stage heavenly soldier could not shake the star-plucking thunder god blade. The reason was very simple, because the star-plucking thunder god blade came from the star-picking nation, and was an emperor stage. Your sword will break. Zhang sneered and said confidently. Not necessarily. At this moment, Lin Ling held the tyrant song sword in his hand. He did not use any spiritual energy. It was as if he was a very ordinary sword. Crazy. Seeing this scene, the crowd exclaimed. If Lin Ling used the law realm, he might be able to get close to the saber. However, if he didn't use anything, he would be dead. Clang. However, something shocking happened. When the sword was drawn, it was as if an ancient god had descended. On the ground, the ancient saber hummed and thunder raged. The immortal thunder god, one of the 10 great generals of the star-picking nation, glared angrily. However, after seeing Lin Ling's sword, the illusion actually knelt down. Ka. Wherever the sword passed, it hummed continuously. It was like the most dazzling sword. Then Lin Ling put away his sword and stood there. His robe fluttered as if he was not afraid of the terrifying thunder power of the thunder god's saber. One man, one sword, and one saber formed a shocking scene. The entire space seemed to be frozen in time. What the hell happened? Many people had doubts in their hearts. You haven't won yet. Zhang frowned. He did not understand what had happened. This saber has been sealed. Along with the pride of the star-picking nation, let it drift away with the wind. Immortal thunder god. The glory you left behind is enough to be proud of. You have succeeded in your mission and retire. Lin Ling did not seem to hear Zhang's words. Instead, he was talking to the saber. At this moment, the crowd was even more confused. Clang! At this moment, as if the order of a venerable emperor had arrived, the saber hummed. Then, under countless gazes, it shattered. An ancient emperor-level heavenly weapon had disappeared just like that. Silence. The surroundings were dead silent. What had happened? Lin Ling had broken the saber with a single strike? How is that possible? That's an emperor-level heavenly weapon. Zhang's pupils constricted as if he could not believe what he had seen. The saber left behind by their patriarch had been broken by Lin Ling with a single strike. Could it be that Lin Ling's sword had surpassed the emperor level? This thought made his heart tremble. He stood rooted to the ground. In fact, he had overestimated the tyrannical song sword. Lin Ling had broken the saber with a single strike. Firstly, Lin Ling was too familiar with the forging methods of the star-picking nation. Naturally, he knew where the saber's weakness was. Secondly, when the immortal thunder god met Lin Ling, it was as if he had met the emperor. That was because Lin Ling was the only venerable emperor in the star-picking nation. This guy, how did he do it? At this moment, Lady Shui Wu's mouth was wide open. With Lin Ling's strength, it would be very difficult for him to move that saber. Unless Lin Ling's sword was a divine weapon, it would be a draw at most. However, breaking the saber with a single strike was now possible. Thank you 3 million source stones. In the silence, Lin Ling's voice floated out. It seemed calm, but it shook everyone's hearts like thunder. Golden Armor King and the other two's faces were ferocious, especially Zhang Zhan. His killing intent was thick because Lin Ling had broken his saber. What, you can't afford it? Lin Ling asked indifferently as if he did not know that Golden Armor King and the other two were enraged. Previously, Zhang Zhan had asked Lin Ling to move the star-picking Thunder God's saber, and took out 1 million source stones as a bet. At that time, Lin Ling was extremely excited. Who would have thought that there would be 2 more people participating in the bet? This was equivalent to giving away money. Therefore, he was even more excited because he was currently in need of money. Don't worry, 3 million source stones, I can afford it. Golden Armor King was silent for a moment. He waved his right hand and a green ring appeared. However, everyone could see that his expression was extremely ugly. Thank you for your timely help. When I become stronger in the future, I will remember your kindness. Lin Ling received it with a faint smile. At the same time, he politely said a sentence. However, although it seemed polite, there was a strong sense of sarcasm. This sarcasm could be heard by anyone. This was because Lin Ling and the other 3 were enemies. Now Golden Armor King and the other 2 were giving away money to Lin Ling. This was equivalent to cultivating an enemy. You are very good. Chapter 15-16. Another bet. Moreover, Golden Armor King still doesn't know how Lin Ling broke his saber. Could it be that Lin Ling's sword has entered the ranks of Xian Peng's 10 great celestial soldiers? This thought also rose in the hearts of others. The 10 great celestial soldiers, each one of them has an illustrious reputation. In the past, they had experienced great battles in Xianpeng and received recognition. For example, the 3rd-ranked soaring dragon umbrella. It is said that when this umbrella appears, a flood dragon will overturn rivers and seas. Another example is the 4th-ranked amber divine sword. Looks like the 10 great celestial soldiers' ranking is about to change. Lin Ling's sword has entered the 9th rank. I wonder what's the name of that sword? Yes, I know everything about Lin Ling. That sword is called Tyrant Song. Only this sword can sing under the heavens. It comes from the rainforest's sacred land. A martial artist who worships Lin Ling said. He is extremely familiar with Lin Ling. Unknowingly, Lin Ling's sword has entered the 9th rank of Xianpeng Province's 10 great celestial soldiers. It will be passed down through the ages. At this moment, Golden Armor King also knows that Lin Ling's sword is more powerful than expected. He pondered for a moment and said, Lin Ling, how about another bet? 3 million vitality stones. If you enter the intermediate Xian ranking within 3 days, these vitality stones will belong to you. Intermediate Xian ranking? Wow! Many people were shocked. One had to know that the middle Xian ranking only recorded cultivators of the 4th to 6th stage of the Saint Realm, and Lin Ling was only at the 2nd stage of the Saint Realm. Moreover, the intermediate Xian ranking doesn't allow celestial soldiers, and can only rely on martial arts. This is obviously more difficult. Some people who are familiar with Lin Ling know that Lin Ling defeated Hong Tiandi in the past because of that sword. And this is the truth. The Tyrant Song sword has helped Lin Ling a lot in the past. It has surpassed his level several times. Golden Armor King, you are making things difficult for him. Lord Watermist didn't underestimate Lin Ling, but he also felt that it would be very difficult to charge into the intermediate Xian ranking. The main reason was that the intermediate Xian ranking was also the martial dais of experts like the Golden Armor King. Currently, Lin Ling was still lacking a portion of strength from that martial dais. I didn't ask him to agree to a bet. Of course, if Lin Ling is afraid, then he can just return the primeval stones he won with both hands. Golden Armor King said indifferently. Although his words were said to be mutually willing, although he said Xian's words, he didn't give Lin the vitality stones. In that case, I will also bet 3 million vitality stones. Lin Ling, do you dare? Lord Shanwu also spoke. The Xian ranking is also a chance for me, Zhang Zhan, to make a name for myself in Xianpeng. Lin Ling, let's see who can enter the Xian ranking. Zhang Zhan looked at Lin Ling indifferently and shouted coldly. The three of them were either soft or hard, but in reality they all wanted Lin Ling to participate in this gamble. Countless gazes looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to know if Lin Ling would dare to bet. 6 million vitality stones? How about 10 million? Facing the pressure of the three, Lin Ling didn't show any hesitation and directly said. Golden Armor King and the other two frowned. They hadn't expected Lin Ling to agree so easily. Moreover, he had even raised the stakes. Even Lady Water Mist hadn't expected this. Okay, but do you have 10 million vitality stones? Golden Armor King thought for a while and said indifferently. He doesn't, I will give it for him. At that moment, a feminine voice drifted over. Soon after, a beautiful and alluring female walked out, slowly appearing in front of the crowd. Her enchanting beauty caused the eyes of many to burn with desire. This was the first time they had seen such a mature and sexy female. It's Lu Susu. Some older warriors had serious expressions. They knew that she was a beautiful rose that could only be seen from afar. Golden Armor King and the other two stared at Lu Susu with surprise. Lin Ling smiled bitterly in his heart. That female profiteer really didn't wake up early without benefits. She could be seen everywhere. Okay, since Palace Lord Lu has paid for Lin Ling, let's start the bet. Golden Armor King nodded. He was a little nervous because the bet was too big. If he lost, he would have to pay a big price. It was a bet of 10 million vitality stones. One must know that the reward for reaching the top of the lower Xian ranking was 1 million vitality stones. Who didn't know how difficult it was to reach the top of the lower Xian ranking? Okay, no need for 3 days, 1 day will do. Yes. Lin Ling naturally agreed. How could he let go of someone who was willing to give him money? 1 day. You are very confident. Let's do it today. Golden Armor King sneered. He was more confident. Lin Ling's strength was indeed strong, but there was still a gap between him and Lin Ling. If Lin Ling wanted to win, he would have to go through the challenge of the lower Xian ranking. Then, he would have to reach the top of the lower Xian ranking. He knew that Lin Ling could win many rounds, but it was impossible for him to win until the end. As everyone knew, the most difficult part of challenging the lower Xian ranking was continuous battles. See you on the martial stage. Bye. Lin Ling didn't say anything and left. The crowd was excited. This bet was very exciting. It was related to 10 million vitality stones. Anyone who lost would lose their family fortune. The news of the bet between the two forces spread quickly. At the same time, the Martial Pavilion also issued a bet for more warriors to participate. Lin Ling didn't expect that his name would once again shake Xianpeng province. Of course, those warriors weren't fools. They would analyze the bet based on Lin Ling's past battles. However, from various angles, Lin Ling didn't have much hope of winning. However, they analyzed the battle between Lin Ling and Hong Tiandi. They didn't know Lin Ling's strength in the Ghost Realm, nor did they know Lin Ling's strength in the lower 7 Emperor's heavens. In short, many people believed that Lin Ling's trump card was that sword. The Xian ranking challenge has always been fair. Heavenly weapons are not allowed. Lin Ling doesn't have a sword, so he can only rely on his physical strength and the martial way of fire. His strength has been greatly reduced. According to my guess, he can at most enter the lower Xian ranking, but it's impossible for him to reach the top. If it's a one-on-one battle, Lin Ling still has a chance to win. However, the Xian ranking challenge is a series of battles. It's very difficult for Lin Ling to win. Then let's bet on Lin Ling losing. Okay. In the splendid landscape, most of the martial artists had bet on Lin Ling's loss. Only a small number of martial artists were optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. This was because they had also bet on Lin Ling's victory last time. Therefore, they had tasted the sweetness and knew that Lin Ling was a person who had repeatedly created miracles. This time, he would definitely be able to do it again. Lin Ling, don't lose. My 10 million primordial stones are my dowry. If you lose, I won't be able to get married. Okay. On the way to the martial stage, Lu Susu said to Lin Ling in a sweet voice. Palace Master Lu, I don't believe that you will put all your eggs in one basket. This 10 million primordial stones is only a part of your wealth. Lin Ling didn't fall for it. Lu Susu was also a disciple of the 7 emperors. However, Lin Ling had never seen her in the 4 mountains. This meant that Lu Susu's status was higher. Perhaps she had the identity of a heavenly emperor, and could directly meet the 7 emperors. I hate smart men the most. Lu Susu immediately rolled her eyes. Lin Ling was right. How could she, Lu Susu, only have 10 million primordial stones? Lin Ling, I also bet 1 million primordial stones on you to win. Lord Watermist and Venerable Sea Calming looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Although they didn't know how Lin Ling would win as friends, they would definitely support Lin Ling at this moment. Thank you. Chapter 15-17. A peerless talent. Lin Ling had broken through to the Xian ranking list, which meant that he was invincible among cultivators of the 4th layer. Even though Lin Ling could defeat cultivators of the 4th layer, he had to fight to know if he was invincible among cultivators of the 4th layer. Moreover, it would be a battle of attrition all the way to the top. Lin Ling had to be careful. When Lin Ling arrived at the martial arts platform, the surroundings were bustling with noise and excitement. It was more lively than Lin Ling had imagined. Lin Ling was a little surprised. It's Lin Ling, the guy who created miracles in the Huang ranking list. Today, he's on the Xian ranking list. Wow! The crowd also saw Lin Ling and started cheering. Of course, many people were cursing him because they had bet on Lin Ling to lose. They wanted to influence Lin Ling's mentality. You overestimate yourself. You think you can get on the Xian ranking list just because you're first? Idiot! You've just become an emperor's disciple half a month ago. You don't know how vast the world is. You're so arrogant. Sooner or later you'll suffer. Listen. If you can't defeat him, just admit defeat. Otherwise, your self-confidence will be damaged and you'll never be able to continue on the path of cultivation. Some people were cursing him, some were trying to persuade him, but their goal was the same. They wanted Lin Ling to admit defeat. They wanted to change Lin Ling's mentality. Lin Ling smiled coldly. He wasn't surprised by the crowd's attitude. After all, they had bet on him, so they didn't want to lose money. However, those people couldn't influence Lin Ling at all. How lively! Tianming, what's going on in the Xian ranking list? At that moment, on the other side of the battle stage, there were people coming in. Those people were wearing different clothes, but they weren't rare in the bright and colorful mountain and lakes region. They were the disciples of Champion University and Yungu Celestial Terrace. Champion University and Yungu Celestial Terrace recruited more people every year. Therefore, sometimes they would show up because the ranking list of the Celestial Terrace was the most valuable one. The battle stage was deathly silent. Those disciples were like dazzling stars, attracting everybody's attention. Even Master Shui Wu, the Golden Armor King, and the others narrowed their eyes. At the moment they were stronger than those disciples, but that was only for now. Soon those disciples would surpass them and become celestial emperors. Celestial emperors were strong. Even Master Shan Wu and Master Shui Wu couldn't become celestial emperors. Only peerless geniuses. Lin. I've heard that he can't see himself in the Central Xian ranking list. A disdainful shout was the first to ring out. Many people looked over and found that it was the disciples of the 7 emperors. There were many people there as well. Tao Xian. Lin Ling also saw the person who spoke and could not help but laugh. Just a defeated opponent. At that moment, Tao Xian and a few disciples were standing there. Tao Xian looked ice cold. Last time, he had been defeated by Lin Ling. He had thought that Lin Ling was extremely strong, but after that, his brother, Celestial Emperor Fei Yang, had told him that Lin Ling could suppress his ghost Dao. Therefore, it wouldn't be difficult for anyone else to defeat Lin Ling. I'm waiting for you to lose. By the way, I've heard that you bet with someone, so I bet 3 drops of half Saint's essence, said Tao Xian smiling coldly. Next to him was Shimin Si. He also bet that Lin Ling would lose. Thank you, you losers. And Shimin Si from the Divine Map Palace, do you still have money to bet? Didn't I take all your money last time? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled. His words made the 2 people's faces turn ugly, and they didn't say anything else. I'll bet 1 drop of half saint's essence. He's just become a sovereign's disciple for half a month, but he wants to enter the central Xian ranking list and be invincible in the 4th layer of the saint realm. I'll bet 2. The other disciples also sneered and placed their bets one after another. Their bets were not on the martial pavilion, but on the golden armor king's side. In this way, if Lin Ling lost, the bet would be enough to bankrupt Lin Ling. 1 drop of half saint's essence was worth 1 million primal stones. Now there were dozens of drops, which meant tens of millions of primal stones. So big. Everyone is betting that Lin Ling will lose. If Lin Ling loses, he's dead meat. Many people around the stage were shocked by the amount of bets. Even Lu Susu's expression turned serious when she saw the bets getting bigger and bigger. Lin Ling, I bet you'll win, don't disappoint me, said someone from the 7 Emperors group. It was Gendosa, Lai Qing and the others. Next to them was a short young man with an extraordinary chi. He was standing there indifferently, attracting many people's attention. That short young man is the 9 spirits of heaven. He's one of the 7 Emperors' disciples. At the same time, many people from Champion University and Yungu Celestial Stage were looking at the 9 spirits of heaven. They all knew the 9 spirits of heaven. You're one of the 7 Emperors' disciples, the first one in the northern mountain. It's said that you're as strong as the 10 temples of Langya. I wouldn't have thought you'd come too. On the ancient rhythmic immortal platform, a young man in white laughed. This young man was like a tree in the wind, exuding the confidence of an emperor from the center of his brows. Tianming, how have you been? Asked the 9 spirits of heaven. He was short and arrogant. He ignored the crowd and looked at the young man. It seems like that's the best group of disciples. That young man in white clothes is so handsome. Is his name Tianming? There was no lack of young girls around. They stared at Tianming's group, their eyes filled with longing. He was strong and handsome. No matter where he went, he would be popular. Some young women were also looking at the 9 spirits of heaven. Even though the 9 spirits of heaven were short, they had a unique chi. They were also very attractive. Apart from the 9 spirits of heaven, look at Champion University. That man in gray clothes is also handsome. Many people looked at the other side. On the side of Champion University, there was a man in gray clothes with a sword on his back. He looked calm and serene, as if he could see through the world. He looked sad and sad. People couldn't help but pity him. Of course, the other strong disciples didn't dare look down on him. Du Gukong Lei. Xinyuan Zhouhun stared at the man and said indifferently. Obviously, as a powerful disciple, he knew who the man was. Celestial Emperor. Also known as Celestial Emperor Du Gu. Tianming also faintly said a few words. Celestial Emperor Du Gu? The crowd was astonished. That handsome young man was a Celestial Emperor. No wonder he was a peerless genius. Celestial Emperor Du Gu? What? Lin Ling was also shocked. That man's body contained the power of origin, the power of injury. It didn't seem to be very powerful, but once it was unleashed, it would most likely be intolerable by heaven and earth. As expected of a peerless genius with the title of Celestial Emperor. After that, Lin Ling realized that there were many geniuses there. They were all peerless geniuses. They were all peerless geniuses. They were almost celestial emperors. When he saw the little girl next to Celestial Emperor Du Gu, he was astonished. Chapter 15:18. Dragons don't live with snakes. How cute! That little girl will definitely become a beauty who can cause the downfall of a country. Wow! Don't underestimate her, said the crowd when they saw the little girl. Don't underestimate her. She's the Fire Spirit Princess, the youngest disciple of Champion University. She's a half-titled Celestial Emperor, said a cultivator from Xianhuangdayu proudly. Many people were astonished. Was that little girl really that strong? Who told you to talk so much? Slap him. Slap, said the Fire Spirit Princess aggressively. Her voice was clear and melodious, but it sounded majestic and dignified. Yes, Fire Spirit Princess. Yes. The martial artist smiled bitterly. Even if the disciple had supreme authority, he could do nothing about it. That's Lin Ling. He became an emperor's disciple half a month ago, And now he wants to break through to the Central Xian ranking list? Said Tianming at that moment, looking at Lin Ling. Today, some disciples from the Yanggu celestial stage also wanted to break through to the Central Xian ranking list. They had practiced for the same amount of time as Lin Ling, so the half-titled celestial emperors had come. Second Saint layer, not bad, but it seems like you're still lacking strength. Sigh, said Tianming, looking at Lin Ling in a disdainful way. He sounded like an elder disciple, arrogant and proud. Don't underestimate him because I can't see through him either. At this moment, Xianyuan Zhouhun sneered. His words made Tianming frown. He knew Xianyuan Zhouhun's strength very well, so when Xianyuan Zhouhun said that, he felt that Lin Ling had some ability. Brother Tianming, I've heard about you for a long time, but Lin Ling isn't that strong. Indeed, he's only relying on Saint Touch the Heaven. He's not qualified to join your circle. Meanwhile, Tao Xian Shimen Si, and the others who had remained silent until now spoke up disdainfully. They realized that Tianming, Dugu Konglei, and the rest of the experts were not even looking at them. It made them feel uncomfortable, as they were peerless geniuses too. How could they be ignored? Lin Ling, not bad. Later on, there will also be disciples from my Yanggu Immortal platform who wish to challenge the rankings. You guys will definitely meet them. I really want to see how amazing the junior apprentice brother that even the 9 spirits of heaven thinks highly of is. However, what made Tao Xian and the others want to vomit blood was that Tianming still didn't look at them. Instead, he was talking to Lin Ling. This meant that Tao Xian didn't have the right to step into their circle. Only Lin Ling had the right. This difference in treatment made Tao Xian and the others grit their teeth. They felt even more unreconciled. How could they not compare to Lin Ling? Xiu. Humph, I thought you were dead, but you're still alive. Your life belongs to this princess. The fire spirit princess stopped eating her apple and stared at Lin Ling. She had recognized Lin Ling. What? The fire spirit princess knows Lin Ling too. Tao Xian and the others were furious. The fire spirit princess was famous among the 3 great myths, as she was the youngest peerless genius. However, even this little girl was ignoring them. It made them feel like clowns. However, at this moment they were indeed like clowns. Even Lin Ling didn't bother to look at them. It's getting more and more lively. Let's place our bets. As more and more people arrived, Dugu Konglei, who had been silent all this time, raised his head and said with a smile. His smile was surprisingly beautiful, more alluring than any woman's smile. As you wish, I bet on Lin Ling's loss. Tianming said with a smile. Me too. Many people around him reacted the same way. I'll bet on Lin Ling's victory. Dugu Konglei was still smiling as he made a shocking decision. Up until now, other than the 9 spirits of heaven, he was the only one who had bet on Lin Ling's victory. Most importantly, he didn't have any relationship with Lin Ling. Unlike the 9 spirits of heaven and the others. Fire Spirit Princess, what about you? Dugu Konglei looked at the Fire Spirit Princess and asked. The Fire Spirit Princess frowned. She was about to speak when Tao Xian and the others spoke again. Fire Spirit Princess, don't forget that Lin Ling is only a 2nd layer saint. He wants to challenge the strongest 4th layer saint. Do you think he can win? They were jealous of Lin Ling, so they wanted to step on Lin Ling by any means possible. I'll bet on that guy. However, the Fire Spirit Princess ignored them again and directly made a decision. Tao Xian and the others felt disgusted as if they had swallowed a fly. Dragons don't coexist with snakes, they remembered this saying. They were just snakes while Lin Ling was the real dragon. Another one who bet on Lin Ling's victory. They will definitely lose everything. At this moment, no one paid attention to Tao Xian and the others. Instead, they stared at the Fire Spirit Princess with shock in their hearts. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like the stakes were getting bigger and bigger. If he lost, he would really lose everything. Alright, since everyone has placed their bets, we can start now. At that moment, an elder from the martial pavilion spoke. Previously, he had been waiting because of today's challenge. Many heroes had gathered, so he did not dare to neglect them. Now the challenge could begin. Wait, you all bet on Lin Ling. Why didn't anyone bet on me? I'm Zhang Zhan from the Lihua Celestial Dynasty, one of the 4 ancient nations. Although I didn't become a Renhuang's disciple, I'm still stronger than Lin Ling bet on me. At this moment, Zhang Zhan, who had been ignored, shouted angrily. He was boiling with anger. Why did Lin Ling get all the attention? He couldn't accept it. Let's start. However, no one paid attention to him when he stood up. Everyone was looking at the elder of the martial pavilion. You. Zhang Zhan's face was red with anger. Everyone's expression told him that he was trash and Lin Ling was a Renhuang's disciple. He was overestimating himself if he wanted to compete with Lin Ling. Zhang Zhan, you are not convinced by Lin Ling. Your fighting spirit is very good. However, Lin Ling's name can shake the Xianpeng Big region because he created miracles time and time again. As for you, you are just a nobody. Do you think it is possible for you to reach the heavens in a single step? An ancient warrior looked at Zhang Zhan with disdain. Alright, I'll prove myself. Zhang Zhan nodded coldly and walked towards the battle stage. On the way, he shouted, Lin Ling, don't lose faster than me, or I'll crush you. Apart from him, there were also disciples from Champion University on Yanggu Celestial stage. They all smiled coldly and said, Lin Ling is the same as us. He became a Renhuang's disciple not long ago, but he wants to become a Renhuang's disciple. He's overestimating himself. Lin Ling just smiled and didn't say anything. Today, many people want to challenge the Xian ranking list, so let's divide the battles into 3 stages. First, you have to win 10 battles in a row. Then you can challenge the Xian ranking list cultivators, said the elder of the martial pavilion. Winning 10 battles in a row is nothing. Zhang Zhan and the others nodded indifferently. They were all cultivators of the 2nd Shangqi layer. As for the cultivators of the 3rd Shangqi layer, they weren't afraid. A young man looked at Lin Ling coldly and said, Lin Ling, you're not strong, but you're trying to be mysterious. We're just more discreet than you are. We don't want to bully the weak, that's all. Otherwise, how could you have become so famous? Chapter 15-19. Fighting 10 people in a row. Lin Ling was startled. He had challenged the Xian ranking for the sake of the reward. The whole process was a bet issued by the Golden Armor King. Now, he was the one who was deliberately mystifying things. You can talk after you win. Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. Just watch, you will be surprised by our strength. The young man snorted coldly. Next, one after another, they went up the stage and fought 10 opponents in a row. These opponents were all powerful cultivators from the 3 mysterious realms. Their cultivation bases were between the 1st and 3rd layer of the Saint realm. This challenge seemed easy, but it was a test of endurance. If the spiritual energy in the Saint Ocean was too exhausted, then they would lose without a doubt. You dare to challenge me? Get lost. Lin Shi, 8th consecutive victory. Luda, 6th battle failure. Around the stage, the voices of the martial pavilion elders could be heard from time to time. Even if these geniuses were strong, there were still 2 to 3 people who failed. Wait, I was too careless before. If I had used my true strength, I wouldn't have lost. A disciple shouted unwillingly. He could have won before, but he was too careless and was forced to a dead end by his opponent. If he had used his full strength at the beginning, he would have won. There are no ifs in the martial pavilion. The martial pavilion elder said coldly. A battle between cultivators was ever-changing. A loss was a loss. How could there be so many excuses? Moreover, this was only a challenge. If it was a life and death battle, then there would be no ifs. Those disciples left unwillingly. Lin Ling shook his head. These people had high cultivation bases and high combat strength but low combat strength. They were like flowers in a greenhouse. It's the 9th battle. I've wasted a lot of time. Next, I'll finish one person in an incense stick's time. At this time, Zhang Zhan's confident voice drifted out. Many people looked at him and sucked in a breath of cold air. Finishing one person in an incense stick's time? One should know that at the end of the winning streak, the opponents were already at the 3rd layer of the Saint realm. This Zhang Zhan was indeed confident. Rumble. However, what surprised many people was that Zhang Zhan did it. In an incense stick's time, he defeated all his opponents and became the first genius to challenge the Xian ranking. Next, the disciple from the Yanggu Immortal Foundation was also unwilling. He wanted to finish the remaining 2 people in an incense stick's time. The crowd was shocked. As expected of a disciple of one of the 3 legends. And the result was not surprising. The disciple successfully passed. Did you see that? It's just that I keep a low profile. Unlike you who does things in a high-profile manner just to attract attention. Those disciples left the martial stage and coldly snorted at Lin Ling. His words made many people nod their heads. After all, that disciple's strength was not weaker than Lin Ling's. However, that disciple was low-key and calm, while Lin Ling was arrogant and unbridled. Indeed, there was no comparison. Unknowingly, out of the 9 challengers, 5 of them had passed. Soon it was Lin Ling's turn. The atmosphere around the martial platform surged. Because Lin Ling had the most bets, this battle was the focus of everyone's attention. Don't lose after winning 10 matches in a row. Otherwise, you'll lose face. Your strength is not bad, but I can tell you that winning streaks is another kind of battle. Only absolute geniuses can succeed. Ordinary geniuses will definitely lose. Zhang Zhan and the others had all passed, so they were in a good mood as they watched Lin Ling struggle. Lin Ling did not say much nonsense. He did not even look at them as he strode onto the martial platform. Lin Ling, are you ready? The challenge starts with 1 dan. Even if your spiritual qi is exhausted and your physical strength is exhausted, you won't be able to rest unless you admit defeat. The martial pavilion elder smiled at Lin Ling half a year ago. Lin Ling had created a miracle and reached the top of the yellow board. At that time he was also the one who presided over it. Therefore, he had a good impression of Lin Ling. Yes. Lin Ling nodded. Good. There are strong and weak opponents. But at the beginning they will all be at the lower realm. I will draw lots to decide the opponents. The martial pavilion elder said again. No need. 10 people at once. Lin Ling said indifferently. Silence. Around the martial platform there was silence. Previously, Zhang Zhan and the others had proudly defeated 1 person in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. But now, Lin Ling was actually fighting 1 against 10. Lin Ling, you die. Zhang Zhan and the others' faces suddenly turned ugly. Lin Ling's move was like a beautiful slap that ruthlessly hit their faces. He will definitely lose. Die. Zhang Zhan roared. Xiao. Xiao. At this moment 10 opponents appeared on the martial platform. Most of them were very old, so their cultivation was extremely solid. Very arrogant. But do you think you can win? Die. I have already bet on you losing, so I will definitely stop you. Die. Surround him and fight. Die. The 10 people's faces were cold. They did not give Lin Ling any more nonsense and immediately attacked together. Surrounding me is useless against me. Die. Lin Ling's face was calm. These 10 people seemed to be a lot, but in fact they were very weak. There were 2 first-layer saints, 5 second-layer saints, and 3 third-layer saints. Therefore, they could not enter Lin Ling's eyes. Those 10 people have joined forces. If I were Lin Ling, my first goal would be to preserve my strength for the next battle against the lower realm experts of the profound board. Therefore, I will deal with the weaker ones at the beginning. Yes. However, did you notice that the weaker ones have strong defenses? On the other hand, the stronger ones have strong attacks. Yes. It seems that Lin Ling will have to spend a lot of time if he wants to defeat someone with a lower cultivation base. Yes. Many cultivators around the martial platform commented. They believed that Lin Ling would definitely eliminate the weaker ones first. Heaven and earth. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling was not as complicated as they thought. He directly attacked the strongest person. The reason was very simple. He wanted to save time. Boom. Space fluctuated and Lin Ling appeared in front of a third-layer saint. He punched out. Rumble. That expert obviously did not expect Lin Ling to not play by the rules and actually meet force with force. Therefore, he was defeated instantly. Rumble. Lin Ling's attack was like thunder. The remaining 3 experts were all defeated. Now, only the second-layer saints were left. Admit defeat yourself. Take one of my punches, broken arms and legs will be inevitable. Yes. On the martial platform, Lin Ling stood like a pine tree and said indifferently. The remaining experts turned pale. It was too fast. They were just about to surround and attack when 3 of them were seriously injured. Moreover, those 3 were the strongest among them. There is still a chance. Remember, we are betting. Roar. He could not let Lin Ling win too easily. Even if he could injure Lin Ling a little, it would be good. Distort space, swallow mountains and rivers. Boom! However, just as he finished speaking, the space in front of him was distorted. The ancient god sovereign's hand swept over. With a bang, the void exploded. That old man was slapped out of the martial platform by Lin Ling. His beard fluttered in the air. The old man fell to the ground and fainted. Is there still a chance? Boom! Then Lin Ling's cold voice floated out, directly crushing the martial heart of those people. The remaining people trembled. They were afraid. They wanted to exhaust Lin Ling's spirit energy, but Lin Ling's attacks were too wild. Every move he made broke bones. Moreover, he dared to meet force with force. Now that they were left with weak cultivations, how could they fight? There is no chance. I admit defeat. Yes. I also admit defeat. Yes. Those cultivators left one after another, dejected. He won. It was too easy. Yes. Those people are really trash. Yes. Did you notice? The whole battle only took an incense stick's worth of time. Yes. Chapter 15:20. Finished in an incense stick's time. An incense stick's time? When Zhang Zhan and the others heard those words, their faces stiffened. That was too fast. At the same time, Lin Ling left the stage and his disdainful voice floated out. You said you were just more low-key than me and didn't want to bully the weak? I'm trash and not worthy of your attention? The voice floated out like a ruthless slap to Zhang Zhan and the others' faces. They thought that Lin Ling couldn't compare to them and that everything before was just deliberately mystifying. That was why they released their brilliance to let Lin Ling see them clearly. But now, compared to Lin Ling, their brilliance was like the light of a firefly. Although I also bet on Lin Ling to lose, I can't deny that Lin Ling won beautifully. Finished in an incense stick's time. Amazing. After being surprised, the surrounding people were full of admiration. Those voices made Zhang Zhan and the others tremble in anger. Golden Armor King and the other experts weren't surprised that Lin Ling could win, but they were surprised by Lin Ling's scheming. Lin Ling fought 10 people in a row. This kind of fighting method didn't seem good, but in fact it was the best way to save spirit chi. Because the remaining people were intimidated and didn't dare to fight again, it saved them the time to challenge them one by one. That's all. Next is the theme song. But soon Golden Armor King sneered. Next they began to challenge the lower profound ranking. Most of the experts on the lower profound ranking were at the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm. They were very strong and had been famous for a long time. Then they fought one after another. When others fought, they also took the time to rest. It was Zhang Zhan's first battle. He quickly jumped onto the martial arts stage. He didn't look at his opponent but looked at Lin Ling and said, "Next is the theme song. Let's see who can rush to a higher ranking. Let me tell you, I want the top 3 of the lower Xian ranking." Obviously, he and Lin Ling were going to fight to the death. If his ranking was higher than Lin Ling, then he could also surpass Lin Ling. Considering that there are too many challengers, you will still have 10 battles to reach the top. The first battle will be between the 99th and 89th ranked martial artists. The voice of the Martial Pavilion Elder floated out. It doesn't matter. If it's possible, I would even dare to challenge the first place of the lower Xian ranking. Zhang Zhan smiled confidently. From the very beginning, he unleashed his innate talent. He actually had an 8th grade Huang-ranked immortal physique, the Grand Inferno physique. This kind of innate talent was extremely mysterious. He could injure his opponent's meridians with a single move, and it was burning with flames. Moreover, if the Great Law were to be unleashed, the meridians of those who were within it would be shattered. As expected of a descendant of the Lihua divine dynasty, many people exclaimed as they watched Zhang Zhan's battle. Zhang Zhan started from the 90s and continued to challenge. However, his spiritual chi was starting to run out. Because he had unleashed his powerful innate talent from the very beginning, he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Idiot! Lin Ling glanced at the other party and shook his head. 68th place, Central Hallmaster Emojantian from Xianpeng Province. Who would have thought that Zhang Zhanqin's new opponent would appear? He was a famous expert in Xianpeng Province, second only to the Carefree and Langyatan Palace halls. Bang bang bang. The two of them began to fight. However, what was surprising was that although Emojentian seemed to be unleashing his full strength, he did not cause much damage to Zhangzhan. What's going on? Many people were surprised. However, they soon understood that the other party was going easy on Zhangzhan. Obviously, he knew Zhangzhan. It looked like a battle, but in fact he was giving Zhangzhan time to rest. How despicable! When the crowd came to their senses, they could not help but curse. Zhangzhan wanted to compete with Lin Ling? Alright, Emojentian, you should admit defeat. Zhangzhan could not put down his pride and whispered to Emojentian. Then he struck out with his palm and sent Emojentian out of the martial arts arena. The descendant of the Lihua divine dynasty is indeed powerful. Emojentian cupped his hands outside the martial arts arena as if he did not know Zhangzhan. Did you guys think that I was not using my full strength? In fact, only after the battle did you know that Zhangzhan's great law is very sharp. He's already half a step away from the origin energy. Otherwise, I would have lost even faster. It's up to you to believe it or not. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode away. Of course, not many people believed his words. Did Emojentian think they were fools? After Zhangzhan recovered his strength, he fought again and rushed to the 40th rank. Such a record was unique in the lower Xian ranking because no one could rush to the 40th rank in one go. Most martial artists took one step at a time and spent several years to reach the top. Lin Ling, you're not the only one who can create miracles. I've said it before. I missed the referral quota assessment this year. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the chance to be arrogant. After consecutive victories, Zhangzhan's fighting spirit was high. It was as if he had already crushed Lin Ling. Of course, many people scolded him for being shameless because other than Emojentian, there were a few experts on the ranking who were also giving way to him. Otherwise, he would only be in the 50th rank at most. Zhangzhan simply ignored the voices of the crowd and shouted angrily at Lin Ling again. Lin Ling, may I ask what rank I am now? He wanted Lin Ling to count clearly and know his rank on the lower Xian ranking. I didn't pay attention. The lower Xian ranking is dispensable to me. My goal is the middle Xian ranking. Lin Ling had been cultivating and grasping the time. After hearing Zhangzhan's words, he said indifferently. You. Zhangzhan was stunned. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Lin Ling's words were casual, but it showed the difference between him and Lin Ling. He rushed to the 40th rank and was complacent. However, Lin Ling's goal was the middle Xian ranking. The lower Xian ranking was dispensable to Lin Ling. Haha, this Zhangzhan is a disgrace. It's like a child fighting with Lin Ling. Lin Ling doesn't care about children at all. The crowd also laughed. I want to reach the top. Zhangzhan. Zhangzhan roared. He continued to fight from the 40th rank, but when he reached the 30th rank, a powerful opponent appeared. This person's talent had reached the 10th grade of the yellow rank. He was a rare physical body cultivator and he was over 90 years old. Most importantly, he didn't give Zhangzhan any face at all. Your talent is heaven-defying, but you will lose if you meet a physical body cultivator. Also, I can tell you that Lin Ling is a physical body cultivator, so your talent is useless against him. That old man had white hair. He transformed into a giant as soon as he went up. His fists and palms made Zhangzhan vomit blood continuously. Zhangzhan's talent was also useless, and he was defeated in the end. It didn't matter if he was defeated. He, Zhangzhan, had created the first record. However, the old man's words made him furious because the old man said that he couldn't compare with Lin Ling. Zhangzhan ranked 32nd. The Martial Pavilion elder said indifferently. 32nd is also very impressive. Lin Ling definitely can't surpass me. Zhangzhan walked down with a gloomy face. He was confident in his heart. Next was the appearance of the disciples of the various myths. However, they were weaker than Zhangzhan. Most of them didn't reach the top 50. Of course, this didn't mean that they were weak. The reason was simple. First, they had only been disciples for a short time. Second, Zhangzhan was indeed powerful. He was stronger than Hong Tiandi in the past. Chapter 1521. Face-slapping last person Lin Ling. At this time the Martial Pavilion elder's voice rang out. He was excited because the most anticipated battle had finally arrived. The martial stage was completely silent. Many people knew that Lin Ling would win, but how many rounds he would win, whether he could reach the top, this was the key. Lin Ling, Zhang Zhandu is only in the 30s, the other disciples are not even in the 50s, you should admit defeat. That's right. That's right, too hard is easy to break. You're too insolent. Be careful that your heart of martial arts suffers a setback. That's enough. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to enter the stage, many people immediately shouted in anger, wanting to use words to suppress Lin Ling because they had bet on Lin Ling's loss. Facing the waves of angry curses, Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, I'm sorry that you did not bet on me to win, so you will have to bleed a lot. That's enough. Arrogant. That's enough. Courting death. That's enough. Lin Ling's words ignited the fuse, causing many experts to be enraged. Even Tianming from the ancient immortal platform sneered. How arrogant. If you fail, you will be the one losing face. That's enough. No matter how humiliating it is, it has nothing to do with you. A half-step titled Heavenly Emperor's disciple. That's enough. Lin Ling looked at him with a faint smile. He also knew that Tianming had bet on Lin Ling's loss, so he was targeting him, but did Lin Ling need to give him any face? No need for safety. Directly counterattack. Those words were like swords and thunder, directly striking Tianming's heart, causing his face to turn gloomy. He did not expect that Lin Ling would dare to refute him, because to him, Lin Ling was just a new disciple, and he was half a step into the Heavenly Emperor's position. How can I care about the words of an ant? I don't need to care about a trash who will never be qualified to be a Heavenly Emperor. That's enough. Tianming suddenly said indifferently, as if telling everyone that he was already a half-step titled Heavenly Emperor. Lin Ling dared to say that he was overestimating himself and did not have the qualifications. I'm sorry, Lin Ling is already a Heavenly Emperor. At this time, the 9 spirits of heaven lightly said. These words caused Tianming's pupils to shrink. Before this, he had said that Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to be titled Heavenly Emperor, and that he was trash. But now these words from the 9 spirits of heaven were like a ruthless slap to his face. In terms of status, he was trash. A mere second-level saint and a celestial emperor? Looks like you 7 emperors heaven emperors are also a bunch of mischievous people. Tianming gritted his teeth and coldly snorted. Then he fell silent. However, anyone could see that his heart was filled with jealousy. At this moment, Lin Ling did not pay attention to the surrounding voices and slowly walked up to the martial stage. Lin Ling, are you ready? At the same time, the voice of the martial pavilion elder drifted out. Lin Ling nodded. I'll do it. The expert ranked more than 90 on the lower Xian ranking appeared. It was a red-haired young man, a disciple from Yungu Immortal Deus. However, he was older and could be eliminated at any time. But his strength was not to be underestimated. I've been a disciple for 4 years and still have not been titled Heavenly Emperor. But you have been titled Heavenly Emperor. What qualifications do you have? The red-haired young man was not weak. He was a 3rd-level saint and had a solid foundation in martial arts. Answer me. Then the red-haired young man saw that Lin Ling was silent and angrily shouted again. Obviously, Lin Ling had offended Tianming before, so he wanted to curry favor with Tianming. A disciple from Yungu Immortal Deus? Is that place filled with barking dogs? Lin Ling finally raised his eyes and said indifferently, Good. You're the first one who dares to say that to me. I can tell you that your footsteps are stopping. The red-haired young man exploded with flames that reached the sky. The martial stage shook and the infernal god appeared. He actually had a talent for fire element and had reached the 10th grade of the yellow rank. How can this be? When others challenged him before, he didn't seem so strong. He hid his strength. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's first opponent was actually so strong. Then how would he fight next? Aren't you surprised? Let me tell you, today I was supposed to reach the top of the list, but your appearance disrupted my plan, causing me to stop when I reached the 90th position. So you should know where you're wrong. The red-haired young man took a step forward as fierce as fire. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Where did Lin Ling go wrong? Because he disrupted the list of the red-haired young man, so Lin Ling was wrong? He said indifferently, "Your strength has indeed surprised me. But at best, you can only reach the 50th place. Is that so? Flame see." The young man's body turned into flames and an ocean appeared. His talent for fire was higher than Lin Ling's, but his understanding of fire was weaker. A fist suddenly arrived, causing the void to explode and be burned. Heaven burning earth. Lin Ling's body moved, the ethereal space fluctuated, and he dodged the red-haired young man's fiery fist. Flame earth. The red-haired young man went all out. His attacks were extremely crazy. Looks like I really missed out on an expert. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, he would have reached a high position in the lower Xian ranking. The crowd stared at the martial stage, only to see flames soaring into the sky. In just a few breaths, the two had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Moreover, they saw that Lin Ling was actually dodging. Obviously, Lin Ling was also afraid of his opponent. Lin Ling, you still want to enter the middle Xian ranking? Dream on, as long as you receive one of my moves, I can make you vomit blood and lose. Flame sky. The red-haired young man's flames became more and more crazy. If it was any other second-layer saint here, they would definitely be burned to death. But Lin Ling was the only one who could resist his opponent. Of course, Lin Ling's defeat was only a matter of time. Because blindly dodging could not win a battle. Many people had the same idea, and they suddenly sneered. At this moment on the martial stage, Lin Ling's footsteps finally stopped. He said indifferently, "You said I was wrong? In fact, you are wrong. If you had challenged the Xian ranking earlier, you could have reached a higher position. But now that you have met me, you can only stay at your current position." Is that so? The red-haired young man laughed disdainfully. However, at this moment, Lin Ling had already appeared in front of him. A palm fiercely slapped out. There were no major laws, just pure physical strength. What fast speed! The red-haired young man sucked in a breath of cold air. He wanted to block, but his speed was too slow. With a bang, his teeth were broken. "Your mouth stinks, so I'll slap you." Just as he reacted, Lin Ling's cold voice floated over again. It was as if he was telling the red-haired young man that he was only watching his fire martial arts. It did not mean that he could be arrogant. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect that Lin Ling could not only dodge but also counterattack. That was the power of thunder. "You are courting death," the red-haired young man roared. Lin Ling dared to slap his face in front of everyone. He was dead, definitely dead. He wanted to chase after Lin Ling, but Lin Ling distorted the space and appeared in front of him again. He slapped out again, and after that, he distorted the space and left. "You!" The red-haired young man roared angrily. Although his major laws of fire were very strong, he could not touch Lin Ling. He could only keep being slapped in the face by Lin Ling. "Your flames are very powerful and have an absolute attack. Unfortunately, your other domains are too weak. If it was a real life and death battle, you would have lost countless times." On the martial stage, only Lin Ling's ethereal voice could be heard. "Pa pa pa." Chapter 1522. Devil Emissary. If you don't admit defeat, then I'll beat you until you admit defeat. I want to see how many slaps your face can take. Lin Ling simply ignored his opponent's anger. Slaps continued to ring out, making it impossible for the red-haired youth to resist. His strong point was his absolute attack, but his weak points were also obvious, which were his defense and speed. "If you have the ability, then fight me face to face." The red-haired youth was beaten until he roared towards the sky. Up until now, his attack seemed powerful, but in reality he couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Ling's clothes. How shameful was that? "Roar as much as you want. I love beating dogs with bad breath the most." On the martial stage, Lin Ling's cold voice continued to ring out, causing Tianming's face to turn ashen. Lin Ling seemed to be slapping the red-haired youth, but in reality, he was also slapping his face because this red-haired youth was his junior apprentice brother. He didn't think that Lin Ling would be so arrogant, daring to humiliate him in front of everyone in the world. At this moment, the red-haired youth was already dizzy from the beating. He gradually realized that Lin Ling was torturing him to death, and he couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Ling's clothes. Suddenly, he remembered Lin Ling's words. If it was a life and death battle, then with the hundreds of slaps he had received, he would have already been smashed into pieces. I admit defeat. The red-haired youth finally lowered his noble head. As he spoke, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His heart filled with anger and sullenness. Bang! At this moment, Lin Ling's foot came from the horizon, unfathomable, and directly kicked him off the martial stage. Ancient rhyming immortal platform dog, you brought disgrace upon yourself. Now scram. At the same time, a cold voice floated into the red-haired youth's ears, causing him to fall outside the martial stage. His face was fierce, but he couldn't accept this. Before, he had complained that Lin Ling's appearance had disrupted his moment to shine, but now he knew that he didn't have the qualifications to shine in front of Lin Ling's appearance. The first match seemed to be filled with danger, but Lin Ling won so easily. The surrounding people narrowed their eyes. Previously, they had been surprised by the might of the red-haired youth's flames, but it was only later that they realized it was nothing more than a joke, because no matter how strong the attack was, it couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Ling's clothes, so what use was it? Just as Lin Ling had said, in a battle of life and death, with the red-haired youth's strength, he would have died countless times already. 10 matches, Lin Ling wins the first match. At this moment, the voice of the martial pavilion elder drifted out. Hearing this, the faces of all the martial practitioners who had bet on Lin Ling's loss turned serious. It wasn't difficult for the red-haired youth's strength to rank in the top 50, but Lin Ling had defeated him in a playful manner, slapping his opponent's face until he admitted defeat. This sort of method was unique. Most importantly, Lin Ling's strength was even greater than he had imagined. And that was indeed the case. The following opponents appeared one after another, but none of them were a match for Lin Ling. They were all defeated. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to rank 50. Although I know Lin Ling won't lose, I still feel uncomfortable letting him win like this. Yes, heaven and earth have restraints, just like how water restrains fire and fire restrains metal. But it seems that there is no martial Tao that can restrain Lin Ling. Yes, it's just temporary arrogance. After a few more matches, his spirit energy and body will definitely be exhausted. Yes. Around the martial stage, there was a flurry of discussion. Sorry, there are still 4 matches left. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling's chuckling voice drifted out, immediately making the faces of those who had bet on Lin Ling's loss turn ugly. Especially Golden Armor King, Lord Mountain Wu, and the others. The more Lin Ling won, the more uneasy they felt. You people just wait to bleed. Yes. Lin Ling did not give any face to those who had bet on him losing. On this point, Lin Ling did not care about anything. But those people, in order to win, repeatedly disturbed him and made him admit defeat from various angles. So why should Lin Ling give any face? What an arrogant junior. The crowd was even more furious. Next, the 40th ranked expert will appear. At this time, a new opponent appeared. It was a thin and weak middle-aged man. Devil Emissary, it's actually him. Great. Great. Devil Emissary, you must stop Lin Ling. No matter what method you use, even if he can win, it must be difficult for him to win. Many martial artists' spirits were lifted. They openly instructed the Devil Emissary on how to fight Lin Ling. On the martial stage, the thin and weak middle-aged man appeared. He was as cold as the night. His eyes were like a lone wolf under the night sky. He stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I have received the order to stop you with all my strength. It's your choice. The Devil Emissary's words were concise, and his purpose was straightforward. You fought with Zhang Zhan before, and it left a deep impression on me. But I remember that you let Zhang Zhan win. But now that you meet me, you want to stop me with all your strength? Lin Ling frowned and said, Yes, I let Zhang Zhan win and even fought with him. I let him recover his spirit energy. But you did not have this kind of treatment. The reason is very simple. Only when you lose can I make a fortune. A wine pot appeared in the man's right hand. He drank and said with indescribable confidence, And I also saw your previous battle. Your space law is indeed powerful, but it is useless against me because I also know it. Let me ask you again. Do you know why I am called the devil emissary? I don't know. Because I have entered and exited the devil realm 100 times. But in that place, which is even more terrifying than the ghost realm, I can escape unscathed every time. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This man was indeed somewhat powerful. He nodded and said, "Then what do you want to say? You may not be able to defeat me. Even if you can, it will not be easy. I want you to be exhausted." The thin man faintly smiled. He took a step and a great law appeared. It was also the great law of space, but it was different from Lin Ling's distorted space. It was an exploding space. It was like a spring that shuttled around the space. Its speed was extremely fast. Good, as expected of the devil emissary. This time, Lin Ling will definitely have to spend a lot of effort to defeat him. Devil emissary, remember not to meet force with force. Try to delay as much as possible and suppress Lin Ling's martial heart. Cheers! Cheers rang out around the martial stage. Even the Golden Armor King sneered. Lin Ling could win, but it would definitely be a miserable victory. How could Lin Ling be arrogant? Boom! Boom! The void continued to explode. The thin man's figure was ethereal. His speed was so fast that he was actually not weaker than Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was expressionless. He knew in his heart that the other party's goal was to exhaust his spirit energy and physical strength. His eyes of time stared at the other party and immediately noticed that the other party's talent was extremely strange. "Your Majesty, that is the greedy Wolf King, a beast talent. Legend has it that he is the Demon Wolf King and has reached the 9th grade of the Yellow Realm. Most importantly, his great law of space is not weaker than your Majesty's." Purple Elder's voice floated out. His words were filled with anger. Were these people still considered martial artists? In order to win, they were simply unscrupulous. They actually used a movement technique to exhaust His Majesty. "Come, human emperor's disciple Lin Ling, and a trash-titled Sky Emperor, try to defeat me." On the martial stage, the thin man's cold snort floated out. This moment he was elated. So what if he was titled Sky Emperor? If his strength was not strong, then his title was just an undeserved reputation. Most importantly, there were so many people present who wanted Lin Ling to lose. Therefore, even if Lin Ling was a Sky Emperor, he did not need to fear him. Let me give you a piece of advice. When martial artists fight, it is better to be fair. You let Zhang Zhan win, but you used all your strength to stop me. This is already unfair, and now you are still being arrogant in front of me? Chapter 1523. Blood Giant Totem. So what if I'm arrogant? A dignified emperor's disciple is still being toyed with by me. The skinny man was extremely insidious. He was trying to goad Lin Ling into losing his cool. Alright. Lin Ling nodded and stopped talking nonsense. The crowd laughed at him again and again. They wanted to see how Lin Ling would deal with this. However, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged to recover his spiritual energy. What is he doing? Everyone frowned. Lin Ling was recovering his spiritual energy? That was too bold. The skinny man's pupils constricted. Shouldn't Lin Ling defeat him with all his might? But he was sitting cross-legged to cultivate. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that Lin Ling didn't want to win? That's not right. Lin Ling isn't taking the initiative to attack. He's wasting time with the emissary. Suddenly, an older martial artist shouted in panic. As soon as he said that, everyone reacted. Dugukong Lei revealed a handsome smile. This Lin Ling was interesting. After all, everyone thought that Lin Ling would chase after the emissary with all his might and would only win after exhausting himself. However, why was Lin Ling chasing after the emissary? The infernal emissary had originally intended to use his body movement technique to deal with Lin Ling. In that case, all Lin Ling had to do was bide his time and see who could outlast the other. Lin Ling, you've gone too far. You didn't chase after me during the battle at the martial pavilion. Instead, you waited. What martial arts are you talking about? On the martial arts platform, the skinny man roared. Do you still have any shame? You used the movement technique to consume my spiritual energy. What martial arts are you talking about? Lin Ling sneered. Did the other party have the right to talk about him? Then, He didn't say much and continued to recover his spiritual energy. This time the skinny man was furious. The people around the martial arts platform were the same. Lin Ling was so cunning. It was obvious that he was wasting time. Let's see who could last longer and who could be more shameless. Not good. Emissary of the demon realm, you have to act as soon as possible because Lin Ling is recovering more and more of the spiritual qi that he consumed. At this time someone roared angrily, making many people's pupils constrict. If this continued, they would be the ones to suffer. Lin Ling, you piece of trash. The thin man was no longer in the mood to drink. He had to make a move. Voracious Wolf Grand Rule. Pop! Pop! The space exploded and countless Wolf King's images appeared. Demonic energy rippled, and it was extremely terrifying. Almost at the same time, a claw appeared in front of Lin Ling and viciously swept downwards. The sharpness of the claw was enough to slice anyone into two. It was obvious that the Devil Region emissary wanted to kill. Can't take it anymore? I'm just waiting for you to make your move. At this moment Lin Ling's eyes were ice cold. He didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he chose to meet the opponent's attack. Rumble. The terrifying attack landed on Lin Ling's body, blowing up Lin Ling's long hair. However, the space between Lin Ling's body blocked a large number of attacks. Moreover, with his tyrannical physical body, Lin Ling didn't suffer any serious injuries. You're more difficult to deal with than your previous opponents because you have absolute speed. Unfortunately, you forgot that in addition to absolute speed, I also have absolute defense. Lin Ling spat out a cold voice. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward and punched out with both fists filled with endless power. Crack! In the void, the sound of bones cracking could be heard, followed by a painful howl. You broke my leg. The emissary of the demon realm roared. Previously, he wanted to copy Lin Ling and retreat immediately after his attack failed. He wanted to use this opportunity to constantly interfere with Lin Ling, who knew that Lin Ling didn't even defend himself. After receiving his attack, he immediately counterattacked. I broke your arm. At this moment Lin Ling was like an unsheathed sword, revealing its sharpness and unleashing a storm of attacks. Pop! 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 His fists rained down with power that surpassed the power of the 9 universes, directly breaking the emissary of the demon realm's right arm. Plop! The tyrannical power sent the emissary of the demon realm flying and smashing into the distant martial arts platform. Gulp! At the same time, the wine jug that the emissary of the demon realm was holding fell to the ground. The jug shattered and the wine spilled out, landing in the eyes of the crowd. It was extremely ironic. Drinking. Attrition tactic? Let's see how you're going to drink and stall for time. Pa! Lin Ling stomped on the ground and shot towards the emissary of the demon realm. He instantly appeared in front of the emissary of the demon realm. At this moment, the emissary of the demon realm wanted to escape, but it was already too late. His legs had been broken by Lin Ling. Run, why aren't you running? A cold voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing the emissary of the demon realm's expression to turn ugly. I've said it before. I won't blame you if you lose, but don't provoke me. However, you provoked me. Do you think you can fool me with absolute speed? Lin Ling looked down at him arrogantly. His foot was raised high like a battle axe. At this moment, the emissary of the demon realm was afraid. He also regretted it. If it was a fair fight, or if he was not so arrogant, then Lin Ling would not touch him. However, he had arrogantly drunk and bullied Lin Ling. The result was obvious. Wait, I admit defeat. The emissary of the demon realm shouted anxiously. Too slow. Lin Ling's foot stomped down heavily. It was like the leg of an emperor, incomparably domineering. Boom! With one stomp, the martial arts platform shook. The emissary of the demon realm was stomped to death. Blood spurted out and the martial arts platform cracked. Next, Lin Ling's cold laughter sounded at the same time. It was like thunder, shocking the hearts of the crowd. He won again. The crowd's expression became more serious. Some were angry but some were impressed. Lin Ling not only had absolute speed, he also had absolute defense. With 2 absolutes, it was no wonder that almost no one could restrain him. Looks like it's my turn. At this moment, the old man who had defeated Zhang Zhan finally went on stage. Lin Ling can't surpass me. He will lose to that mysterious old man. Seeing the mysterious old man, Zhang Zhan's expression turned ferocious. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to him. The Blood King has finally made his move. The people around cheered. That old man would definitely defeat Lin Ling. The Blood King was an ambitious and ruthless character. In the past, he had killed billions of people and devoured large amounts of flesh and blood. Back then, he had almost become a disciple of the emperor. However, his killing intent was too strong and he was eliminated. Now that the Blood King was old, his killing intent had greatly decreased. Instead, he had calmed down. However, his ferocious name was still feared by everyone in Xianpeng province. Lin Ling also looked at his opponent. His opponent was like a piece of condensed flesh and blood. It was extremely terrifying. Young friend, I fight for martial arts, so I won't stop you, but I won't let you win either, the old man said with a smile. He looked at Lin Ling with admiration. He only wanted to fight. Lin Ling also smiled. His opponent was straightforward and upright. He nodded and said, "All right. Blood Giant Totem," shouted the old man explosively. His clothes were torn apart and turned into dust. His old body started expanding. His muscles were firm and solid. Blood dashed to the skies. He had turned into a giant. That person was a cultivator of physical strength. It was rare to see someone who practiced physical strength. Many people took a deep breath when they saw that. No wonder he was the Blood King. Few cultivators of the fourth saint layer could compete with him. Even though those old cultivators don't have as much potential as the godly legend's disciples, their foundations are solid. They can't underestimate that old man, said many students of Champion University. They knew they couldn't underestimate that old man. Chapter 1524. Despicable. Rumble. The old man took a step forward, and a bloody light soared into the sky. It was as if there was endless flesh and blood hidden in his body. He fiercely threw a punch with surging power at Lin Ling. There was no great law, and it was all physical strength. However, it was enough to shatter any great law. The cultivation of the physical body was also the cultivation of essence. Once one reached great success, their speed, attack, and defense would all be extremely terrifying. Pop! Pop! The burly giant seemed far away, but he instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling. Before his fist arrived, the astral wind was like a knife cutting Lin Ling's face. Lin Ling's expression turned serious. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying physical body cultivator. If he wanted to win, he had many means to do so. However, his opponent was open and aboveboard. How could Lin Ling humiliate his opponent? Lin Ling only had deep respect for a senior who fought martial arts with martial arts. Swallow the mountains and rivers. Boom! The small world around his body erupted. Lin Ling's 9 universe power appeared, and he similarly threw out a punch. The two big fists collided in the void. The explosion of sound waves and power shocked everyone. Rumble! In the next moment, the two figures retreated. With every step they took, the martial stage cracked and shook. The Blood King retreated 100 steps, and Lin Ling retreated 120 steps. Amazing! Wow! Everyone's eyes focused. Lin Ling did not choose to retreat when facing the Blood King. Instead, he chose to meet force with force. Such calmness in martial arts was admirable. Although Lin Ling was at a disadvantage in their first confrontation, he was not defeated. Lin Ling has a pure heart. If he did not meet force with force and use tricks, my grandfather would have a hard time winning. A man in a corner of the martial stage said indifferently, Good, good, good. After so many years, you are the first person to be unscathed under the Blood Giant Totem. Haha. On the martial stage, the old man laughed heroically as if he had returned to the days of conquering the world. You are also the first senior who dared to meet force with force without using great law. On the other side, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Hearing this, the old man's laughter became even more arrogant and soul-stirring. He was really an arrogant junior. His words did not show any signs of weakness. However, this was how a martial artist should be. Again. The old man's blood giant fist was unleashed once again. He wanted to crush the world with his fist. Lin Ling unleashed the power of the ancient god Empyrean. He did not retreat and counterattacked, looking down on the world. Rumble. Pop. Pop. The two of them fought fiercely. They gave up on speed and defense. It was a pure, hot-blooded battle between men. There was no scheming or scheming. There was only the dripping of blood. The Blood King has been cultivating his body for decades. But how old is Lin Ling? He's actually on par with the Blood King. But their battle is blood-boiling. The surrounding crowd fell silent. Those who did not bet on Lin Ling's defeat were now staring at the black-robed youth. Their eyes were filled with deep admiration and yearning. That was right. This was how a martial artist should be. This was a hot-blooded battle between men. As for Zhang Zhan, his expression was extremely ugly. Previously, when he fought the Blood King only looked at him with disdain. However, when Lin Ling fought the Blood King only had admiration for Lin Ling. He treated Lin Ling as a real man. And the result was indeed so. On the martial stage, the Blood King's heroic voice sounded from time to time. You are much better than that trash called Zhang Zhan. Senior Blood King, don't compare that trash to me. You are humiliating me. What infuriated Zhang Zhan even more was that Lin Ling was not happy at all. Instead, he was furious. This also meant that Zhang Zhan was inferior to trash. At least someone would step on trash, but if he was inferior to trash, there was no interest in stepping on him. Following that, the two people on the martial stage went all out. Not going all out was an insult to the other party. People watched as Lin Ling became more and more arrogant as he fought. He was heavily injured and stood up again and again. In the end, the Blood King was no match for Lin Ling's ancient divine Empyrean body and was defeated. Impressive. Truly impressive. Lin Ling, you could have used absolute speed to contend with me, but you didn't. Instead, you chose to meet force with force. This is respect for me. I admit defeat in this battle. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. After the battle with the Blood King, it was as though the fighting spirit he had suppressed all his life had been released. Furthermore, this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying junior. It made him imagine that the human world would definitely have an Empyrean rise in the future. He felt a sense of appreciation for Lin Ling. He felt that Lin Ling was a confidant. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Ling didn't show any arrogance. He smiled and bowed, but at this moment, he was heavily injured and many of his bones were broken. He clearly didn't have an easy time in this battle. When a man encounters wind and waves, he must fight bravely. Lin Ling, sail against the wind and go to the intermediate Xian ranking. The Blood King smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. He took a step back and left the martial stage. On the martial stage, although Lin Ling was heavily injured, his black robe fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with confidence. Not bad. When a man encounters wind and waves, he must fight bravely. The intermediate Xian ranking and invincible fourth layer Saint He Lin Ling had come. What an imposing and arrogant young man. The surrounding crowd stared at Lin Ling. The admiration in their hearts grew even stronger, especially for some young girls. They had previously worshipped Tianming, Dugu Konglei, and other peerless geniuses. But now, they discovered that the domineering and manly Lin Ling was also very attractive. Next battle, Lin Ling versus Gendosa. At this moment, a new opponent appeared. I admit defeat. Gendosa smiled and directly said. He also knew that even if he chose to fight, he wouldn't be Lin Ling's opponent. Today was Lin Ling's martial stage. Despicable. At this moment an angry roar sounded. It was the Golden Armor King. His voice carried pressure, as if an invisible wind was gushing out. It wasn't targeted at Gendosa but at Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling was heavily injured and was standing on his last breath, he wanted to use this opportunity to interfere with Lin Ling. This action caused Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. His killing intent towards the Golden Armor King grew even stronger. Golden Armor King. You must use underhanded methods in the martial pavilion battle. At this moment, the voice of a martial pavilion elder sounded, causing the Golden Armor King to sneer. Previously, I was only dissatisfied with some people's despicable victory, so I was subconsciously angry. I won't interfere anymore. However, Lin Ling is heavily injured and anyone can defeat him. Jindosa admitting defeat is clearly giving way to Linling. Isn't this despicable? Despicable. Hearing this, Jindosa sneered. The crowd also sneered. Up until now, Jindosa was the first person to give way to Linling. As for Zhang Zhan, a large number of people gave way to him from the beginning. Who was more despicable? It was obvious at a glance. Brother Yuan, why bother with them? Justice is in the hearts of the people. There's no need to argue with some shameless people. At this moment on the martial stage, Linling said indifferently. His handsome face made many people nod. That's right, justice was in the hearts of the people. They had seen Linling reach the top with their own eyes. How was Linling despicable? On the other hand, the Golden Armor King and the rest were indeed shameless because they were the ones who broke the rules first. Therefore, did they have the right to criticize Linling? No matter what, the opponent has admitted defeat. Linling has won. Next, the blood-clothed butcher. Chapter 1525. First on the lower Xian ranking, his next opponent was the second on the lower Xian ranking, the blood-clothed butcher. Unknowingly, Linling was getting closer and closer to the top. This made many people feel like they were in a dream, and the pressure was even greater. Fight! This is the best time to defeat Linling. Thinking of this, many people shouted in anger, their hearts filled with anticipation. The blood-clothed butcher was another unrivaled Saint Realm expert. He was ruthless, and extremely sharp. Now that Linling was seriously injured, he might be able to kill Linling. I admit defeat. However, to everyone's surprise, the mysterious blood-clothed butcher directly admitted defeat. You're crazy. The second on the lower Xian ranking actually admitted defeat. Among the crowd, Zhang Zhan could no longer hold back. Was Linling going to reach the top? You're reprimanding me? The blood-clothed butcher looked at Zhang Zhan indifferently, his eyes filled with killing intent. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have the bloodline of an ancient country. In these years I've killed many disciples, let alone you. Of course, if you're not convinced, you can fight me. Fight. Zhang Zhan's face turned pale, and he did not dare to speak anymore. I can tell you that the Blood King is my grandfather. My grandfather fought Linling in a battle between men. Linling was seriously injured, but how could a true martial artist use his injury to humiliate him? This is disrespect to him and also disrespect to me. The blood-clothed butcher shouted again, surprising the crowd. The blood-clothed butcher was actually the Blood King's grandson. However, the killing intent between the two was very strong. Moreover, you want me to fight Linling? Sure, you can learn from Linling. Give up your advantage and fight with your physical strength. You'll be seriously injured again and again, but stand up again and again. After defeating my grandfather, I'll fight Linling. The blood-clothed butcher looked at Zhang Zhan. His words made Zhang Zhan's jaw drop. He did not dare to fight such a terrifying battle. You only dare to talk but don't dare to do it. Trash. The blood-clothed butcher shouted in disdain. He looked at Linling and bowed respectfully. Linling, you don't have to pay attention to the words of that trash. A real man should walk the world in an open and above-board manner. No matter what you do, there will be people who will ridicule you, but there will also be people who will praise you. It's already very good that you can persist in your own martial arts path. Salute? The dignified second on the lower Xian ranking bowed to Linling. One must know that to be able to reach second place, strength and arrogance naturally didn't need to be mentioned. But to be willing to bow down to Linling, this was unbelievable. Thank you. On the battle platform, Linling faintly smiled. Even though he was heavily injured, he was still standing like a pine tree. Next, the first one of the lower Xian ranking list, Gan Liangping from Champion University. As soon as the voice resounded out, the crowd became even more nervous. Linling was only a step away from the top. After that, they were puzzled because many of them had never seen the first on the lower Xian ranking, nor did they know who it was. Only the three godly disciples' eyes were twinkling. They knew him very well. This person's origin was a mystery. He was a third-layer saint, but his strength was unfathomable. Killing a fourth-layer saint was as easy as flipping his hand. It was just that his cultivation hadn't increased, so he hadn't been able to enter the middle Xian ranking. Furthermore, it was said that he was stronger than Langya and the unfettered 10 halls. He was a mysterious and discreet young man. The eyes of the disciples searched and finally landed on a young man in the corner. That young man looked ordinary and was wearing a blue and white robe. He gave off a transcendent aura, and his smile was very clean like the clouds in the sky. He's the first one of the lower Xian ranking list. So it's him. Oh! Many people were seeing that young man for the first time. He's not weaker than me. At this moment, Xianyuan Johan said calmly, and his words were even more shocking. But he's not that strong, said the blue-robed young man with a smile. He wasn't as arrogant as everyone thought. The crowd was shocked. That blue-robed young man was stronger than they thought because the 9 spirits of heaven's cultivation was higher. But even he was afraid of his opponent. It was obvious that the blue-robed young man was strong. In the next battle with Lin Ling wouldn't be able to win. At that moment many people were happy. I admit defeat for this battle. Surrender, said the blue-robed young man indifferently. His mysterious aura was still like the clouds in the sky. What? You admit defeat again? Surrender. Many people were disgusted. The top 3 had all admitted defeat. Jindosa was Lin Ling's friend, and Shui too was the grandson of the Blood King. It was normal for them to admit defeat, but the mysterious blue-robed young man also admitted defeat. Why was it like this? On the path of martial arts, sometimes what matters is not strength but will. Lin Ling's will and heart of martial arts is admirable, said the blue-robed young man. Said the blue-robed young man indifferently. It's not scary to be weaker than your opponent. What's scary is to lose the will to fight. I can see from Lin Ling's eyes that he is not afraid of the flames of war. Even if he is seriously injured, his spine is still strong. Even if he is weaker than me now, he will surpass me in the end. So I admit defeat, said the blue-robed young man. As expected of someone who has reincarnated. He knows more than anyone else. Luo Ye's life is endlessly wonderful. Of course, the most important thing is that if we really fight, I don't think I'm his opponent, said the blue-robed young man. Said the blue-robed young man as he slowly left the stage. He seemed to know that Lin Ling had reincarnated. Boom! Many people's hearts exploded. The first on the lower profound ranking felt that he was not Lin Ling's opponent. How could this be? But no matter what, at this point the top 3 experts had all admitted defeat. Moreover, it was not because they were defeated, but because they were convinced by Lin Ling's will and perseverance, as well as his heart of martial arts. Perhaps to them, facing the Blood King who dared to give up his advantage and fight head-on, they did not want to take advantage of the fact that he was seriously injured to make a move. Because this would also be a humiliation to Lin Ling, a humiliation to them. That person is so powerful. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the young man. He was surprised. The mortal world was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. That young man gave him a strong feeling of oppression, but he also gave him a feeling of kindred spirits. He and the blue-robed young man were the same person, and they had the same heart. Luo Ye's life is endlessly wonderful? Lin Ling laughed. His eyes were filled with endless battle intent. He swept his gaze across the stage. I know many people are unconvinced, but I can let you challenge me. Anyone of the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm can come up. The loser will die. His voice drifted out. The stage was silent. Lin Ling had given them a chance. As long as one of them dared to go up and defeat Lin Ling would lose. However, the stage was completely silent. Even if Lin Ling was covered in scars, even if Lin Ling was like a candle in the wind, his fearless heart had never disappeared. That injured spine had never bent, and he was still proud. Who dared to go up? Everyone's hearts were suppressed. No one dared to go up. No one of the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm was confident that they were Lin Ling's opponent. Moreover, no one dared to look down on the injured Lin Ling. Alright, no one dares to go up. Lin Ling will enter the intermediate profound ranking to challenge. If he wins, he will be ranked on the intermediate profound ranking. Chapter 1526. The 8-Division Dragon King Sun Golden Armor King, Tianming, Lord Shanwu, and the other experts all had ugly expressions. They wanted to see who would go up, But they were all afraid and didn't dare to. Lin Ling had once again created a miracle. He didn't rely on strength, but perseverance to reach the top of the lower profound board. Moreover, the Martial Pavilion made an exception and allowed him to challenge the middle profound board without having to fight 10 people in a row. Is this the last chance? Golden Armor King and the other experts muttered to themselves. It was as if they were watching the rise of a star, getting closer and closer to the top of the Langya 10 halls. However, they were still confident because Lin Ling was already heavily injured. Moreover, the next opponent was an expert on the middle profound board. Even they didn't dare to underestimate him. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone was waiting for the earth-shattering battle. If Lin Ling won, then he would be an invincible 4th-layer saint. Lin Ling was only a 2nd-layer saint. In the entire mortal world, he would be ranked 1st. Ranked 82nd on the middle profound board. 4th-layer Saint Chao Feng. At this moment the voice finally sounded, causing many people's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling's luck was really bad, encountering 82 experts. One must know that any one of the 82 experts was enough to sweep through all the experts in the lower profound board. The middle profound board battle's lot drawing actually drew me? At this moment, a burly man slowly stood up from the side of the martial stage. His face was indifferent and ferocious. He was about 30 years old and wore a brown robe. He was majestic like a dragon king descending. He walked out from the martial stage. His pace wasn't fast, but every step caused ripples in the void. The head of a dragon appeared as if it was overturning the sea. Rumble. As he walked out, the experts sitting near him all vomited blood. Their faces were ugly. What a powerful immortal physique. It's him. Golden Armor King immediately laughed, extremely confident. Who is he? Lord Shanwu was curious. That person was obviously not a cultivator from Xianpeng province. The immortal Spring Flood Dragon King, Chao Feng, is the hall master of Xianhuangdeyu's final end hall. Golden Armor King indifferently said. As soon as his words fell, the pupils of the surrounding people constricted, especially the experts of the 3 mysterious realms. They naturally knew what the end hall was. One must know that in Xianyuan and Xianpeng, there were also existences comparable to Langya and the Carefree 10 halls. As for Xianhuangdeyu, it was the last hall. Apart from that, he is also one of the 8 Dragon Kings of Xianhuangdeyu, the son of the Black Water Dragon King. The Golden Armor King added. What? 8 Division Dragon King? Many people were shocked. The 8 Dragon Kings were comparable to the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars. As for the son of the Black Water Dragon King, there was no doubt that the man's strength was not weak. As for the disciples of the 3 great legends of the mortal world, their expressions were solemn. The immortal Spring Flood Dragon King's strength could not be underestimated. At present, apart from a limited number of people, no one was a match for him. If Lin Ling could win, it would mean that Lin Ling had stepped into the final hall master level. That level of expert was not much different from the Langya 10 halls. It seems that Lin Ling will have a hard time winning. At this time, Dugu Konglei indifferently said, Is that Lin Ling going to die? Damn it, he can only die in my hands. Princess Hualing's delicate little face frowned. Princess Hualing, do you want to save him? Unfortunately, even the current you may not be a match for the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King, unless you use a secret technique. Even if you do, this is the Martial Pavilion. It is said that behind the Martial Pavilion is the most mysterious existence, so you'd better not be willful. Dugu Konglei shook his head, causing Princess Hualing's lips to curl up in dissatisfaction. I've heard of you from the heaven-shrouding Dragon King. At this moment, Chao Feng had already appeared on the martial arts stage. Looking down at Lin Ling wanted to fight him and take his ranking, so how could he let Lin Ling do as he wished? He was not a trash like the blood-clothed butcher who did not dare to fight. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength was indeed powerful, not only in Xianpeng province, but also in the 8 divisions Dragon King's side, which made him feel very uncomfortable. One must know that he was the son of the Black Water Dragon King, but he did not receive as much attention as Lin Ling. So what right did Lin Ling have? But fortunately it was destined that Lin Ling would meet him, Chao Feng. In this battle, he wanted to erase Lin Ling in the cradle, so that he could return in the future and be proud in front of his father. Heaven-shrouding Dragon King? Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He suddenly remembered the heaven-shrouding Dragon King in the Ghost Domain and Prince Xia and Ba Yang who were killed by him. This person knew them. Heaven-shrouding Dragon King is one of the 8 divisions Dragon Kings, and my father, the Black Water Dragon King, is one of them. So of course I know him. Qiao Feng said again. His words were filled with arrogance as if he knew many famous experts while Lin Ling was a nobody. Your talent is not bad, your body is strong and you have the power of the 9 universes. Unfortunately, your cultivation level is too low and your immortal body is too weak. Moreover, I heard that you defeated a 4th layer saint, but those guys are like ants to me. Qiao Feng said again. Then he looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. You are heavily injured and many of your bones are broken. If you and I fight, I won't win honorably. Huh. The crowd frowned. Could it be that the immortal Spring Dragon King wanted to let Lin Ling recover? That was not what they wanted to see. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Qiao Feng's words made him have a good impression of him. Perhaps he was also a tyrant like the Blood King who fought for the sake of battle. All right, then I will try my best to recover, Lin Ling quickly said. His body was heavily injured, so the battle was also a humiliation to his opponent. He had to use his full strength to show respect. It seemed like Qiao Feng did not bully others just because his cultivation level was higher and his status was higher. Of course you have to recover, but before you recover you have to kowtow 3 times. At this moment Qiao Feng said indifferently. His words made Lin Ling's pupils constrict. He thought that his opponent was straightforward and upright, but who knew that he would make such a request? Make your choice quickly, I don't want to wait too long, Qiao Feng said again as if he was rewarding Lin Ling. Haha, so that's how it is. Everyone around the martial stage laughed. If Lin Ling wanted to recover, he had to kneel down and kowtow. If he did not recover, he obviously had no hope. Kneel down or not? Many people clamored, waiting to see how Lin Ling would choose. Under the gazes of everyone, Lin Ling was expressionless. A trace of coldness finally appeared in his eyes. If Qiao Feng did not want him to, he could have just said it. However, he obviously did not want him to, but he was still putting on an act. You want to choose? Lin Ling nodded and a cold light bloomed. Get lost. As soon as the word get lost came out, the clamor of the entire martial stage instantly quieted down. Many people sneered even more coldly. Lin Ling would rather carry a heavily injured body than kneel down and kowtow to recover to his peak state. He had courage, but this would also make him die faster. Chapter 1527. Might of the Black Water, you talk a lot of nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Why put on an act to prove your strength? Roar. Lin Ling let out a low growl. All the bones in his body creaked as his fighting spirit surged. Against the Blood King, he was willing to give up his advantage. Even if he lost, he would accept it wholeheartedly because it was a battle between real men. However, against Qiao Feng, even if he was no match for him, he would not accept it wholeheartedly because Qiao Feng was not qualified to make him lower his noble head. Fight? Not bad. Then let's see how great your heavily injured body is. Qiao Feng nodded coldly. He took a step forward and lightly threw out a palm that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, uprooting mountains and rivers. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He also threw out a punch. Even though many of his bones were broken, that punch still carried the power of the 9 universes. Many people stared at Lin Ling and secretly admired him. Lin Ling was heavily injured, but he still chose to meet force with force. Such courage was hard to come by. Pop! 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 The fist and palm collided, causing the void to explode. Soon Lin Ling was pushed back by the powerful impact. Finally, he stopped at the edge of the martial stage. After this clash, Lin Ling realized that Qiao Feng's strength was not to be underestimated. His immortal physique actually possessed the might of the ocean. Obviously, his level was not low. He was probably the strongest 4th layer Saint Realm expert Lin Ling had faced so far. You're only a sozo. I don't understand how you can be titled as the Heavenly Emperor. Why are those in the lower Xian ranking giving way to you? Seems like there's something fishy going on. Don't tell me you bribed the martial pavilion. Chao Feng appeared on the other side with his hands behind his back. He was indescribably proud. Not only did he want to kill Lin Ling in this battle, he also wanted to let the mortal realm's mythological disciples know that although he was no longer a disciple, he was still the palace master of the final hall. His strength was inviolable. You seem to be very proud. Lin Ling exhaled the turbid air in his body and quickly recovered. At the same time he said indifferently, crushing you should be a very simple matter, so you have the right to be proud. Chao Feng said with a smile, but don't forget, you're a 4th layer saint, and I'm only a 2nd layer saint. In addition, I'm heavily injured. Your attack only resulted in this result. Where did your arrogance come from? Lin Ling said indifferently. He didn't care about the fact that he was at a disadvantage. Moreover, the greater the pressure, the more his fighting spirit boiled. Hearing that, many people nodded. That was indeed the case. Then you will know how proud I am. If you don't believe me, you can ask the 9 spirits of heaven who won the battle 3 years ago. Chao Feng didn't get angry and shook his head. Many people immediately looked at the 9 spirits of heaven. They knew that the 9 spirits of heaven was very strong. But did he lose to Chao Feng 3 years ago? It was only 3 years ago. Now, I'm not necessarily inferior to you. At the edge of the martial stage, the 9 spirits of heaven said indifferently. He didn't deny it. The crowd was even more surprised. He was worthy of being the end hall master of Xianhuang Dayu. Among the disciples present, only the fire spirit princess and Dugu Konglei had the right to crush Chao Feng. Of course, that was 3 years ago. Now it was hard to say who would win the battle between the 9 spirits of heaven and Chao Feng. However, it also showed how strong Chao Feng was. In the past, I was also a disciple. Unfortunately, it was difficult to become a disciple. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After 5 years of bitter cultivation, I still didn't have the title of Celestial Emperor. What a pity. Chao Feng shook his head as if he had talent but didn't get the chance. Perhaps it was because of this that he wanted to proudly defeat Lin Ling today. He wanted to let everyone know that he, Chao Feng, hadn't been eliminated. And the fact was indeed so. At this moment, many people remembered the name of the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King. Have you said enough nonsense? However, at this moment, Lin Ling coldly shouted, interrupting Chao Feng's self-reminiscence. He coldly said, if you want to fight, then fight. Pretending in front of someone of a lower realm than you, does that prove that you are more powerful? Bang! Lin Ling stepped on the ground. He was like an emperor descending as he pounced towards Chao Feng. Lin Ling is seriously injured and he actually took the initiative to attack? Many people sucked in a cold breath. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Chao Feng's expression turned ugly. He had just been mourning his lost glory and pride. However, as a junior, Lin Ling didn't listen at all. He directly interrupted him and forcefully attacked. Ocean Market Star Tower. Chao Feng let out a low shout. Waves of water overflowed like the Milky Way. His innate talent was clearly related to water. Great law of water transformation. At the same time, black water roiled in the Milky Way. It was like the water of the demonic realm, able to melt all things in the world. My innate talent is the immortal flood dragon body. Under my innate talent, any expert of a lower grade than me will be turned into weak water. Chao Feng's voice drifted out. It was still cold and arrogant, but it also carried anger. Lin Ling actually dared to interrupt him. Then he wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. The current you will never be able to break my immortal body. Rumble. The martial stage was filled with black water. The power of the great law was vast and mighty, causing the faces of the people outside the martial stage to turn grave. What a terrifying innate talent, able to melt all things in the world. If it wasn't for the martial stage's protective light screen, who knew how many people would have died here when the terrifying black water gushed out? Pop! 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 Lin Ling rushed into the black water with his injured body. He immediately felt an extremely terrifying pressure. Water could nourish all things, but it could also melt all things, returning everything to its origin. Lin Ling felt that it was difficult for his body to move. He was like a drowning person. Chao Feng's innate talent was indeed terrifying. However, when that terrifying pressure rushed towards Lin Ling's soul, Lin Ling felt that the pressure that could melt all things was getting smaller and smaller. No, Chao Feng's immortal body's pressure has a fatal effect on my fiend god overlord body. However, after it invaded my soul, that power immediately weakened. It's the Yellow Springs flame. Lin Ling instantly thought of something. In terms of innate talent, he was indeed not Chao Feng's opponent. However, he hid his divine rank talent. Chao Feng's innate talent was indeed powerful. Not only did it invade the body, it also invaded the soul. However, it was fine if he didn't invade the soul. Chao Feng was at most a 10th grade profound rank talent. How could it compare to a divine rank talent? I can't break it? Within the endless black water, Lin Ling's eyes were ice cold. He extended his right hand and surging flames bloomed. Millions of fire dragons roared and turned into a flame dragon king. The transcendent realm of heavenly pattern martial arts appeared and swept out in all directions. In fact, many of Lin Ling's trump cards were suppressed in this battle. For example, Tyrant Song Sword, Soul Force, Eye of Time, and Frozen Space. Otherwise, the pressure on Lin Ling wouldn't be so great. However, these trump cards were clearly not suitable to be exposed here. Sometimes a martial artist's growth also required pressure. One couldn't rely too much on powerful trump cards. This would definitely not be good for the future. Lin Ling was also very clear on this point. At this moment outside the martial stage, everyone could only see the endless black water. It was vast and mighty, gloomy and terrifying. Lin Ling was submerged in it. He was probably already dead. Those who bet on Lin Ling's victory all sneered. On the other hand, Xin Yuanzhou and the others were slightly worried. The immortal Spring WRM King was in existence from the 10 halls of Langya. Even though he was slightly weaker than experts like Golden Armor King, he wasn't someone that many disciples could defeat. Chapter 1528. Dragon Battle, Water and Fire. Do you regret it? Actually, you could have lived longer. Unfortunately, you interrupted my mourning for the past glory. Chao Feng stood there with his hands behind his back, looking like a dragon king descending. However, at this moment, light blossomed from the endless black water. The flame dragon king appeared with a roar. What? Chao Feng's pupils constricted. He sensed a terrifying great law power. It's the fire martial Dao. The crowd also stood up. This was the first time they saw Lin Ling releasing the power of fire on the martial stage. Heavenly pattern martial arts at Transcendent Realm. And it's the real Transcendent Realm. The 9 spirits of heaven's faces changed. According to what they knew, Lin Ling's great law power came from that sword. However, no one expected that Lin Ling would reach Transcendent Realm without a sword. Rumble. The Flame Dragon King descended, engulfing the heaven and earth. The black water on the martial stage was burned, and the flames finally blossomed. Chao Feng's face changed. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of his immortal physique's pressure. How was this possible? Was Lin Ling hiding some secret? Moreover, Lin Ling had actually cultivated the heavenly pattern martial arts to such a level. One must know that he had only completely grasped the great law after reaching the 4th layer of Saint Realm. The Flame Dragon King was huge and ancient. The horn of the Flame Dragon was tyrannical and crazy. Rumble. While Chao Feng was still in shock, the Flame Dragon King coiled around him as if it wanted to burn the heaven and earth. Chao Feng's painful howl immediately came from the martial stage. That howl silenced the martial stage. Lin Ling was so terrifying. No one expected him to have hidden such a trump card. They stared at Chao Feng, who was coiled around by the Flame Dragon King, and felt a trace of mockery in their hearts. The dignified final hall master was so awe-inspiring before, mourning for the past glory and glory. But now where was his glory? He said that his immortal physique couldn't be broken by Lin Ling, and now Lin Ling had broken it. Bang bang bang. However, at that moment, a majestic chi emerged from the battle stage. A black dragon horn appeared and gradually, a gigantic black dragon appeared. It was a black flood dragon. It was so huge that it seemed as if it was floating in the clouds. It was impossible to see the end of it with a single glance. Everything around the dragon was submerged in an endless amount of black water. The immortal Spring Flood Dragon King had arrived. Obviously, this wasn't the extent of Chao Feng's strength. Not bad, you are qualified to fight me. A cold voice floated out from the black flood dragon's mouth, intimidating everyone. As expected of the hall master of the final hall, the crowd trembled in fear. That black flood dragon seemed to be real. It was a ghastly sight, and the pressure it emitted made even Tianming and other powerhouses feel a strong pressure. Are you finally going all out? Golden Armor King sneered. He wasn't surprised by Chao Feng's strength. That expert had fought with him before, and his strength was also extremely terrifying. Therefore, he already knew that Lin Ling couldn't win. Fortunately, Lord Chao Feng still has powerful means. Kill Lin Ling. You have to win. The battle stage gradually became lively again. No one wanted to see Lin Ling win. They didn't want to lose money. Are you finally going to use your immortal physique? On the other side, Lin Ling's face was somewhat pale. He was exhausted from this battle, but his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He wasn't afraid at all. He secretly thought that this was indeed the hall master of the final hall. This kind of strength was indeed formidable. To be able to make me use my immortal physique, your death is a pity. The Black Flood Dragon King let out a cold voice. It was like an ancient flood dragon with a sinister baleful aura. Ridiculous, you have said such words many times. However, facing the heavily injured me, you still haven't gained any advantage. I don't understand why your skin is so thick. Below the Flame Dragon King, Lin Ling was like the son of the Flame Dragon King. His long hair danced wildly, and he wasn't afraid of the upcoming battle. Two Dragon Kings, one red and one black, were fighting as equals. A battle between dragons. Staring at the frightening scene on the battle stage, many people became silent again. Although they all wanted Lin Ling to lose, they couldn't deny that Lin Ling's perseverance was really tenacious. Even at this time, he still hadn't admitted defeat. Moreover, he had hidden his trump card. One must know that the current Lin Ling wasn't at his peak. What if he was at his peak? That battle would be even more exciting. Your fire talent is very weak, but your fire comprehension is very strong. You can't win against me with just this. Chao Feng stated the truth. This was also the reason why he was so confident. Then you've won. Lin Ling sneered and said, you only know how to indulge in the past. You only know how to mourn the glory and pride of the past. You don't know how to move forward and pursue the peak of heaven and earth. I finally know why you want to defeat me. It's because you don't dare to face disciples of higher realms. You only dare to bully disciples of lower realms and find your past pride from them. Pitiful person. You. Lin Ling's words were like a sword that pierced Chao Feng's heart. Because he was indeed like that. He was gradually withdrawing from the heaven and earth martial stage, and was no longer a disciple. People only remembered the most dazzling disciple and completely forgot about him. The immortal Spring Flood Dragon King. Because of this, he wanted to prove himself today and suppress Lin Ling. I've hit the nail on the head. Now, you're going to fly into a rage out of humiliation. Lin Ling said again. Your mouth is very powerful. Even more powerful than your strength. I admit that your words have given me a big blow. However, you'll have to bear my fury next. Chao Feng nodded. His gaze became even colder. Immortal Spring Black Flood Dragon. Along with his low shout, the huge black flood dragon became violent. It overturned rivers and seas, rolling in the black water. It carried the most ancient tyrannical aura as it swept towards Lin Ling. Bang! At this moment, the martial stage also shattered. The protective light screen was on the verge of collapse. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Black Flood Dragon was. The expressions of those legendary disciples all became serious. They never thought that Lin Ling would be able to force Chao Feng to erupt with such strength. This also meant that Lin Ling was not far from the height of Langya's 10 halls. Let's see how you block it. The Black Flood Dragon let out a furious roar and swallowed everything. Under countless gazes, millions of flames were swallowed. The light disappeared and the black water enveloped everything. This battle was not only a battle between dragons, but also a battle between water and fire. As the flames gradually disappeared, the hearts of the crowd around the martial stage became even more serious. This time Lin Ling should be dead. After all, the flames had been extinguished and the dragon had died. Cultivation realm, martial arts comprehension, and immortal body grade, Lin Ling is inferior to the other party. He's definitely dead. Golden Armor King murmured. He did not realize that his palms were full of sweat. Clearly, he was also extremely nervous. Rumble. The aura of the martial stage became even more tyrannical. Only the sound of the black water and the black dragons rolling could be heard. Lin Ling's Fire Dragon King and himself were both swallowed. Someone exclaimed. The entire martial stage became silent. Lin Ling had finally lost. Many people felt that this was a dream. A peerless genius of a generation, the most dazzling existence in Xianpeng province, had finally overestimated himself and died today. Fire Dragon King's realm. At this moment, the dissipating flames quietly reappeared, as if they had lit up the world. Under countless gazes, the flames from the black dragon's huge body soared into the sky. A wisp of heavenly flames' origin power was released majestically, as if to tell everyone that the dragon was not dead and the flames were not extinguished. Origin power. Chapter 1529. Yellow Spring Flame descends. Lin Ling could barely release the origin energy with the help of the Tyrant Song Sword, but it wasn't the real origin energy. But now it was the real origin energy. One must know that the origin energy was above the Great Law. It was also known as the Saint Rune martial arts, and was one of the most mysterious laws in the world, because everything returned to the origin. Rumble. Under countless gazes, the black Jiao dragon was burned into nothingness. On the martial stage, the power of fire bloomed. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. A figure quietly appeared. That figure's long hair fluttered in the wind. On top of his head, there was an extremely dazzling fire dragon horn. It was as if the Fire Dragon King had descended. If the previous Lin Ling was the son of the Fire Dragon King, then the current him was the real Fire Dragon King. It turns out that the Great Law is also a kind of power. Devour. In the silence, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. Devour the Great Law? Everyone's eyes widened. Could it be that Lin Ling had devoured the Fire Dragon King from before? This was too abnormal. No one had ever devoured the Great Law before, and no one had ever cultivated like this before. Lin Ling was the first to do so. This guy, could it be that he devoured the Fire Dragon King and allowed his fire martial Dao to reach the heavenly flame origin? The 9 spirits of heaven were shocked. They felt that Lin Ling was difficult to see through. As for Tao Xian and the others, their faces were pale. Facing Lin Ling this time, they no longer had the strength to fight. On the other side of the martial stage, the burned black Jiao dragon appeared again and coldly looked at Lin Ling. Indeed, my fire martial Dao is weak, but my fire martial Dao is stronger than yours. Chao Feng, you're just an outdated person. Other than indulging in the past, what else can you do? At this moment, Lin Ling had a domineering and destructive aura. His cold voice was like the roar of the Fire Dragon King. You haven't won yet. Don't be too proud. Chao Feng clearly didn't expect that Lin Ling would become stronger the more he fought. He had relied on his injured body to fight until now. He couldn't help but admire the tenacity of his willpower. However, the more it was like this, the more agitated he felt. That was because the current Lin Ling was giving him a sense of pressure. Although Lin Ling's immortal physique couldn't affect him, his immortal physique couldn't affect Lin Ling either. This made people confused. In terms of cultivation realm, although he was stronger than Lin Ling possessed the power of Source, resulting in them being evenly matched. This battle was more difficult than expected. In a battle between dragons, water and fire were equally matched. Right now, he was gradually losing the domineering aura that he had in the beginning. He no longer had any pride. I can let you live. You just have to kowtow 3 times and leave the martial stage. Do you choose? At this time, Lin Ling's calm voice floated out, containing an indescribable majesty. Choose. The crowd's hearts exploded. In the beginning, Chao Feng gave Lin Ling a choice. If Lin Ling knelt down and kowtowed, he would let Lin Ling recover from his injuries. But now Lin Ling's thunderous momentum swept away Chao Feng and also gave him a choice. However, the current Lin Ling hadn't lost yet. Where did his confidence come from? You gave me a choice? Chao Feng's pupils constricted. He admitted that Lin Ling was indeed very powerful, but it didn't mean that Lin Ling could win or even kill him. I can tell you that once you make your choice, you will disappear from this world forever. You won't even have the time to mourn your past pride and glory. So have you made your choice? Lin Ling indifferently spat out a voice like the roar of a fire dragon king. You have made your choice. His voice was like a brilliant heavenly might that intimidated the entire martial stage. Countless people were shocked. Although they didn't think that Lin Ling could win, they couldn't deny that Lin Ling's aura was like that of an emperor, controlling Qiao Feng's life and death. I've made my choice. Qiao Feng's complexion changed. He no longer had the appearance of an ambitious and ruthless character. His eyes were blank, as if he was afraid that he had made the wrong choice. Don't be fooled, immortal spring flood dragon king. You are an ambitious and ruthless character of the mortal world. How could you be affected by a few words from him? At this time an angry shout echoed out. It was the voice of the Golden Armor King. His complexion was ice cold. The strength that Lin Ling was currently displaying made him feel pressured. This pressure wasn't from losing money, but the pressure of his life. So no matter what, Lin Ling had to die. His eyes were locked onto Lin Ling. In the past, Lin Ling was only an insignificant ant that overestimated himself and agreed to fight with Venerable Sea Calming. Afterwards, Lin Ling rose up like a storm and killed the mystical maiden of the 9 heavens, leaving him helpless. But now, not only was he helpless, he was even afraid of Lin Ling. Soon after, he discovered that Lin Ling's aura was becoming increasingly terrifying. Like a flame or a dragon, a wisp of source strength bloomed out like an invisible halo. Fire attribute talent seemed inferior to even the immortal physique, but at this moment it made him feel as if he had seen a god. Could it be that Lin Ling was still hiding his divine talent? He is comprehending. Qiao Feng immediately interrupted him. Golden Armor King's heart trembled as he angrily roared. He sensed that Lin Ling was preparing his most terrifying attack, and besides the source of heavenly flames, there was also a trace of innate talent that he couldn't see through. So after he spoke, his voice was like thunder that swept through Lin Ling. He wanted to disturb Lin Ling. Unfortunately, this disturbance had no effect on Lin Ling. And at this time Qiao Feng also recovered from his shock. He clearly sensed that Lin Ling's fire attribute talent was hiding a secret. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be so terrifying. At this moment 2 choices finally appeared in his mind. 1. Immediately attack. 2. Admit defeat and leave. You are afraid of me. Unfortunately, you have already made your choice. At this moment, Lin Ling's pupils constricted as he looked straight at Qiao Feng. When he was devouring the Flame Dragon King, he faintly heard the Yellow Springs Flame's voice, allowing him to understand some things. He was even able to borrow a trace of the Yellow Springs Flame's power. Therefore, at this moment he wanted to dominate everything. You are afraid of me. Lin Ling's voice was like an endless echo that shot straight into Qiao Feng's heart. At this moment, Lin Ling's soul force was also released by him. The entire martial stage. Absolute silence. That one sentence, you are afraid. It wasn't just a question to Qiao Feng, it was a question to everyone on the martial stage. Their souls seemed to have been attacked, and their faces turned pale. There was only one voice in their minds. Lin Ling, the ruler of the world. Impossible! Qiao Feng roared. Flame Dragon King's fist. At this moment Lin Ling finally moved. His fist was like the most dazzling star, like the roar of the Flame Dragon King. Faintly there was a terrifying scene of hundreds of ghosts crying. Hell shook. Yellow Springs flame descend. The entire martial stage was silent. An invisible divine aura was released, exploding everyone's heart with a bang. At this moment Qiao Feng's face was ice cold as he stared at that seemingly simple fist. In that fist he actually saw reincarnation, Yellow Springs Mountain, and countless evil spirits from hell. This made him finally confirm that Lin Ling was indeed hiding a powerful fire attribute talent. Plop! A tyrannical pressure came, like the Yellow Springs Great Emperor, causing Qiao Feng to kneel down in an instant. His ice-cold face turned pale. To be able to make him, a profound 10th grade talent, bow down, it was definitely a divine talent. He could hear the roar of flames from that fist. It was precisely to send him into reincarnation. Chapter 1530. Heavenly Emperor Huixia, what kind of flame is that? Princess Huiling possessed powerful fire attribute talent, but at this moment, She also felt a dense pressure. It was a very strange feeling because Lin Ling's fire attribute talent wasn't strong at all. It hadn't even reached the immortal body level. But the reality gave her a feeling of hellfire. Other than her, the entire martial stage was deathly silent. They knew that the peak was about to arrive. "I want you dead, Black Water Dragon." At this moment Qiao Feng furiously shouted. He couldn't lose this battle. He was about to be eliminated. The glorious disciple of the past had become a thing of the past. So now he wanted to prove himself. He didn't believe that Lin Ling could defeat him. So he wanted to kill Lin Ling with all his strength. Pop pop. Black water surged out like a tide, transforming into a dragon. Everyone saw that Qiao Feng's arm seemed to have transformed into a black dragon. With a palm strike, an endless black dragon swept out. This was the powerful technique of the 8-division Dragon King, Black Water Dragon King. On the other side, a fire fist roared. It contained the fury of the Fire Dragon King. Two dragons fought, water and fire collided. Boom! A deafening sound instantly resounded in the air. A huge flaming fist was extremely powerful and overbearing. When the Fire Dragon King collided with the Black Flood Dragon King, a mysterious flame appeared. The Fire Dragon King's source energy and the hidden god-level flame burned the black water. Under the gazes of countless people, the black water evaporated and the malevolent Black Flood Dragon King let out a painful cry. Is it really a god-level talent? Staring at the terrifying scene in front of him, Qiao Feng's face turned pale. Retreat! Qiao Feng frantically retreated. The Fire Dragon King's fist was something that he couldn't block at all. Rumble! However, he retreated very quickly. On the martial stage, the gigantic flaming fist was like a mountain. If God blocked its path, it would kill God. If Buddha blocked its path, it would destroy Buddha. The distance between the fist and Qiao Feng grew closer and closer, causing Qiao Feng to become even more anxious. He had never thought that a mere second-layer Saint Realm Jr. would be able to give him such a terrifying pressure. What exactly is this fire fist? The surrounding crowd had already stood up. Their faces were filled with shock. According to their guesses, even the martial origin wasn't this powerful. What kind of trump card did Lin Ling have? I admit defeat, I admit defeat, I admit defeat immediately. At this moment, Qiao Feng's anxious voice sounded. At this moment he had already admitted defeat. Moreover, everyone could hear the deep panic in his voice. Is this still the palace master of the final central hall? Everyone felt that this was a dream. One must know that from the beginning, Qiao Feng had planned to let Lin Ling recover to his peak state and then fight him. However, Lin Ling's arrogance was so high that he refused. And now, even though Lin Ling was heavily injured, he was still suppressing Qiao Feng. What qualifications did Qiao Feng have to let Lin Ling recover from his injuries? Admitting defeat means that Lin Ling has won. A terrifying thought surfaced in everyone's mind once again. Today they had personally witnessed Lin Ling doing something impossible. He had ascended to the top of the lower Xian ranking, and finally charged into the middle Xian ranking. The intensity of this battle was probably the most exciting battle in the history of the Xian ranking. Lost? The Golden Armor King's face was devoid of blood as he muttered to himself. Lost. It wasn't as simple as losing money. It also meant that Lin Ling had stepped into the height of the unfettered 10 halls. I admit defeat. At this moment, Qiao Feng was in an extremely difficult situation. He wished that someone could come and help him. Because Lin Ling wanted to kill him? Moreover, he wanted to kill him in front of everyone. How could he die here? If he had known earlier, he would have chosen a weak opponent to prove himself. I didn't hear it. However, on the martial stage, Lin Ling's voice was filled with dense killing intent. There was no hatred between him and Qiao Feng. The reason why Qiao Feng wanted to kill him was because he wanted to be famous in the upper world. Then, Lin Ling would fulfill his wish and kill whoever he wanted. I admit defeat. How could you not hear it? Qiao Feng's face became sinister. Lin Ling must have heard it. He was pretending not to hear it and wanted to kill him. Save me, Martial Pavilion Elder. Qiao Feng hurriedly shouted towards the outside of the martial stage. At this moment, the Martial Pavilion Elder smiled bitterly. Qiao Feng fought Lin Ling. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, so it was normal for Lin Ling to counterattack. However, this was the Martial Pavilion. Since the opponent had admitted defeat, he couldn't let Lin Ling break the rules. After that, he took a step forward and wanted to stop Lin Ling. However, he was shocked to find that he couldn't take that majestic punch. "Sorry, I can't block that punch," the Martial Pavilion elder said somewhat anxiously. His words were like a death sentence, causing Chao Feng's pupils to widen. Even the referee couldn't save him? Impudent. In a battle in the Martial Pavilion, you just have to admit defeat. Yet you, Lin Ling, insist on killing Chao Feng. Do you think the profound rankings rules are child's play? At this moment, the Golden Armor King shouted. He seemed to have found a way to counterattack Lin Ling. "That's right. You have guts. Do you want to kill someone who has admitted defeat? Kill Lin Ling. How dare you defy the Martial Pavilion's rules? You're too insolent." The surrounding warriors seemed to have found an opportunity and shouted angrily. "Sorry, I can't hear you." However, Lin Ling was still decisive. He knew that he had forcefully used a bit of the flames of the underworld. Although it was very powerful, the aftereffects were also very serious. It would cause his physical body to be seriously injured. Since he had used it, he had to kill Chao Feng. Otherwise, he would have been injured for nothing. "Do you have to provoke the 8th-division Dragon King?" At this moment, a clear and melodious voice resounded. At some unknown time, a fiery red light drifted over the vast martial stage. It was extremely dazzling, and even the sky seemed to be dyed red. Above this red light, a woman in a red dress stood there quietly. She was so beautiful that the moon and flowers would be put to shame. Most importantly, between her willowy eyebrows and her beautiful eyes, there was a thick pressure of an empress. At that moment, tens of thousands of people on the gigantic martial platform felt oppressed. That woman was extremely strong. Who was she? "Sister, why are you here? This is a battle to death, don't get involved," said a young voice at that moment. It was a 5-year-old girl. She was looking at the sky unhappily. "Hualing, my father asked you to come to the Martial Pavilion to see how strong the cultivators of the world are. Therefore, you should just watch obediently. Besides, the Celestial Spring Flood Dragon King's father, the Black Water Dragon King, made a deal with my father in the past. I can't let his son die here, especially at the hands of a reckless young man," said the woman in the sky coldly. "Princess Hualing's sister?" Many people's eyes were twinkling. "Champion University's Celestial Emperor Huaxia," said Dugu Konglei indifferently at the same time. That woman was a peerless genius who had the title of Celestial Emperor? The entire martial platform calmed down. Surprisingly, a Celestial Emperor from Champion University had come to watch this battle. How astonishing! Didn't you hear what I said? Do you really want to provoke the 8th-division Dragon King and die without a burial ground? I'm telling you, you can't provoke the Celestial Spring Flood Dragon King, said Princess Huaxia, ignoring the astonishment of the crowd. She looked at Lin Ling indifferently. You have to understand that I didn't provoke him, he provoked me. Chapter 1531. Chaotic Battle Impudent. He has already admitted defeat and you still want to kill him? Are you so arrogant that you don't even put anyone in your eyes? Princess Huaxia angrily shouted. What an arrogant junior! He even dares to not listen to the words of a titled Celestial Emperor? Admit defeat? I didn't hear that. I only know that he wants to kill me, so I want to kill him. And you say I'm impudent? If I lose now, will he let me go? Also, if he kills me, will you stand out and speak for me? Lin Ling was not afraid at all and shouted again. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have for me to speak for you? Princess Huaxia reprimanded him again. This junior is simply talking nonsense. Does he think he is nobler than Chao Feng? Then who do you think you are? Do you think I will stop just because you say so? Today I must kill him. Lin Ling's heart was boiling with anger. Accompanied by his fiery fist, it engulfed the entire martial stage. Go to hell. Princess Huaxia's patience had clearly run out. She wanted to kill Lin Ling. Princess Huaxia, since when is it your turn to preside over the Martial Pavilion battle? Their battle is actually very clear. Whoever loses will die. You better not interfere. At this moment, a voice that was as clear as a bell but also carried an alluring charm drifted out. In a corner of the martial stage, a woman wearing a cheongsam sat there lazily with her legs crossed. Her fair and jade-like thighs were clearly visible. They seemed alluring, but there was an indescribable domineering aura about them. This woman was none other than Lu Susu. Lu Susu, what does this have to do with you? If you interfere, how can this battle be fair? Princess Huexia was clearly afraid of Lu Susu, so she did not make a move. I bet on him to win. Do you think it has nothing to do with me? Not to mention fair? This kind of battle is already unfair. Let me ask you, what is Lin Ling's cultivation level? What is Chao Feng's cultivation base? How many battles has Lin Ling fought? How many battles has Chao Feng fought? What is Lin Ling's age? What is Chao Feng's age? If you can answer these questions, then you are qualified to say the word fairness. Lu Susu played with Hong Yin's fingernails, like a domineering empress. Princess Firecloud could not answer because in this battle, Lin Ling and Chao Feng were not on equal footing. How could it be fair? If you can't answer, then just obediently watch. If you attack, then I'll accompany you. Lu Susu obviously wanted to stop Princess Huexia. Although Princess Huexia was a heavenly emperor, it was not like she had never seen such a strong person before. In fact, she had seen many of them. Lu Susu actually suppressed Princess Firecloud? Many people were surprised. Their impression of Lu Susu was that she was a businesswoman who was smooth and slick, which led many people to overlook her strength. Now it seemed that Lu Susu was definitely not weak. Can no one save me? At this moment, Chao Feng's complexion became increasingly pale. Was he going to die here? He never thought that the result would be like this. You've openly violated the rules of the martial pavilion, yet you still have a reason for it. I can't watch this battle any longer. Chao Feng, I'll help you. Chi. An expert made his move. Dark wind swept across, turning into a tornado that surged towards Lin Ling. Although it was said to help Chao Feng, it was not actually helping. Instead, it was using the moment when Lin Ling was about to kill Chao Feng to kill Lin Ling at the same time. It's Tianming. The crowd's expression changed drastically when they saw that young man. The peerless genius of the ancient Rhyme Immortal Foundation made his move. 9 Souls Halberd Transformation. However, as soon as Tianming made his move, the heavenly halberd appeared on the other side and split into 9 halberds. The heavenly halberd was actually formed by 9 souls. It was like an ancient war general that resisted Tianming. The 9 spirits of heaven also made their move. Seeing this scene, many people's hearts became excited. This battle was getting more and more exciting. It actually caused so many experts to make their move. Obviously, Lin Ling's crazy rise today had aroused the jealousy and suppression of experts from all sides. Running amok, I can't watch anymore. Lin Ling, die. Lord Shanwu, I've been waiting for you. However, to the crowd's surprise, the Firecloud Heavenly Emperor, the 9 spirits of heaven, and other experts made their moves. They were not the only ones. The 4 pillars, 8 pillars, Lord Shanwu and Lord Shuiwu also made their moves. So your name is Lin Ling. No wonder you're so arrogant. You dared to humiliate me in the past. Now die. How big was the martial stage? How sensational was today's battle? A large number of ancient experts had already come because of the fame. The 10 divine chart kings of Langya were one of them. He had also made his move because this was the best opportunity to kill Lin Ling. However, as he made his move, the Heaven Touch Great Sage also arrived. The entire profound board martial stage was stirred up at this moment. The ancient martial stage was instantly shattered into pieces. The clash between the ancient experts had even caused many weaker cultivators to fall. Even if they were not killed, they were still severely injured. Rumble. The sky also seemed to be shattered. Treasure light soared into the sky like a great calamity in the mortal world. In Xianpeng province, more and more cultivators came to the splendid mountain river. They were extremely curious. What's going on? Could it be that the experts from the demon region have invaded? No, I heard that Lin Ling reached the top of the lower profound board and battled with the son of the 8-division Dragon King. They even want to kill him. Now there are experts with the title of Celestial Emperor for pillars and 8 pillars. The legendary disciples are all participating in the battle. They want to kill Lin Ling. Then isn't Lin Ling doomed? That's not necessarily true. I heard that Lin Ling's call was answered by many experts. More experts have come to support him. Today, the mortal world is surging because of Lin Ling. Many cultivators appeared in the splendid mountain river. They stared at the martial pavilion from the distant mountain peaks. Vaguely, they saw the indifferent youth at the core. Their hearts were filled with shock. Experts from all sides wanted to kill Lin Ling. They used the excuse that Lin Ling had violated the martial pavilion's rules to attack ruthlessly. However, Lin Ling was not alone. He raised his arms and shouted. It was as if he dominated Xianpeng province, and all the experts came out. Boom! Pop! Pop! Rumble! The chaotic battle was getting crazier and crazier. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. More and more experts were involved. Even the Nine-Li Divine Mother had appeared. Even the Sword Pavilion and the Xiantian dynasty had arrived. It was as if Xianpeng province had been turned upside down. Of course, experts from the Xianyuan dynasty and Xianhuangdiyu had also joined in. Sensation. It was a complete sensation. Everyone had a vague feeling that whether Lin Ling could kill Qiao Feng was the key to this battle. At this moment, Lin Ling was still controlling the Fire Dragon King fist. It swept towards Qiao Feng. That murderous aura was unprecedentedly firm, and there was a crazy thought in his heart. The battle around him did not affect him at all. Perhaps it could be said that he did not know about the battle outside. He only had one opponent, Qiao Feng. What he wanted was not only victory but also intimidation. He wanted to let everyone know that he, Lin Ling, deserved the title of Celestial Emperor. At the same time, he wanted Luoye's life to be endlessly exciting. I admit defeat. My father is the 8th Division Dragon King. You really want to kill me? Can't you see that the mortal world is in an uproar because of me? Chapter 1532. Who could save him? Although he was the palace master of the final hall, the people who came out to fight were all heavenly emperors. They were people he had to look up to. He had never thought that he would have such a glorious moment in his life. However, he was even more clear that those people were fighting for Lin Ling. He was just a vase that served as a foil. Rumble! The fire fist was still roaring. The Fire Dragon King was furious at the injustice of the heavens and earth. It continued to sweep towards Qiao Feng. Qiao Feng's words were not heard by the fire fist. It was determined to kill him. No expert could save him. Save me, father. Qiao Feng's voice became smaller and smaller. In the end, he disappeared under the majestic fire fist. He was killed by a single fist. An ambitious person of a generation, the son of the 8th Division Dragon King, fell here. After killing Qiao Feng, Lin Ling's crazy steps finally stopped. His black robe fluttered in the wind. Although it was tattered, it was still arrogant. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked around with a cold expression and said, I won this battle. With this sentence, Lin Ling also announced the end of the battle. He had successfully entered the Middle Xian ranking and created a new record. The entire world suddenly became silent. The battles between the experts from all sides had come to an end. The crowd looked at the handsome young man and their hearts surged. Did Lin Ling win in the end? With continuous battles and an injured body, he entered the Middle Xian ranking. His cultivation was only at the 2nd layer of the Saint Realm. Amazing! Admirable! Lin Ling is worthy of being called the Emperor's disciple. The people in the distance all expressed their admiration. In their hearts, that seemingly thin and weak body had become stalwart at this moment. Then, everyone saw blood seeping out from the corners of Lin Ling's mouth, and his body being burned by mysterious flames. This caused them to guess that Lin Ling must have used some sort of secret technique. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself to kill Qiao Feng, and now the aftereffects had appeared. Lin Ling's body was heavily wounded, and he even seemed to have fainted. What terrifying perseverance! Look, he's still standing there, his arrogance soaring to the sky. Although he was heavily injured and unconscious, in the eyes of the crowd, the young man was still standing. His bones were firm and unyielding, like an indomitable giant. His tattered robe fluttered in the wind like a banner of victory so dazzling. The entire world continued to be silent. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Even those who bet on Lin Ling's loss couldn't help but admire Lin Ling's fighting spirit and backbone. Violating the martial pavilion's rules. Just then a cold shout arose. Like the sun, a ray of golden light shot towards Lin Ling. The moment he attacked, the golden beetles swarmed over as if they were trying to conquer the world. Despicable! Many people shouted angrily. Even the Mystic Origin Realm and Xianhuangdi's martial artists couldn't stand it. If the Golden Armor King wanted to kill Lin Ling, he could challenge him openly. Now, he was taking advantage of the fact that Lin Ling had fought more than 10 battles. What was the difference between this and a sneak attack? Moreover, he said that he would represent Xianpeng Province to punish Lin Ling. Did he have the qualifications to represent Xianpeng Province? Not good. At this moment, Lady Watermist and the other experts' expressions changed. They all had their own opponents, so they couldn't split their attention to help Lin Ling. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. The Golden Armor King's speed was extremely fast. In fact, he had been silent all this time because he wanted everyone to forget about him for a while, and the result was indeed so. Everyone ignored him, so the moment he made his move, everyone couldn't react in time. Moreover, Lin Ling was in a heavily injured state, which was what he wanted to see the most. Because of how terrifying Lin Ling was, he had a strong fear of Lin Ling. Only when Lin Ling was unconscious did he dare to make a move. Golden Armor King, you're shameless. A large number of angry shouts rang out. Another expert had made a move to help. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Dugu Tianlei. However, after he made his move, there were immediately experts who stopped him. From the looks of it, Lin Ling was definitely going to die. Who can stop me? The sneer on the Golden Armor King's face grew thicker and thicker. Had he finally killed Lin Ling? His majestic power was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. However, at this time, the sound of seawater gushing out could be heard. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the Golden Armor King, forcibly blocking that palm for Lin Ling. Golden Armor King, you dare to touch Lin Ling? Step over my dead body. A violent shout floated out from the newcomer's mouth. Moreover, after being hit by the Golden Armor King's attack, his bones were shattered and he spat out a large amount of blood. However, this person still stood in front of Lin Ling. Venerable Si Kaming. The crowd stared at the fearless figure, their hearts trembling. Today, Lin Ling was like an emperor who had descended. All the generals and generals were supporting him, not hesitating to give up their lives for him. It made people feel as if their blood was boiling. Venerable Si Kaming. The Golden Armor King also roared. At the most critical moment, this Venerable Si Kaming had actually stopped him. How hateful. Die. The Golden Armor King definitely wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. If Venerable Si Kaming dared to stop him, then he would kill him. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out, Golden Armor King, scram. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an indescribable pressure. After hearing it, the Golden Armor King's expression changed drastically. His gaze passed through Venerable Si Kaming and landed on the indifferent youth behind him. He immediately discovered that Lin Ling had already opened his eyes. His eyes were emotionless and indifferent. At this moment, the Golden Armor King was actually so afraid that he didn't dare to move. He was somewhat afraid. How majestic. Just one look and the Golden Armor King doesn't dare to move. Lin Ling really is like an emperor today. The crowd stared at the indifferent Lin Ling in shock. Golden Armor King, don't be frightened by Lin Ling's aura. The Lin Ling right now has no strength left. At this moment, Lord Shanwu's anxious voice rang out. He was angry and sullen. This was such a good opportunity, but the Golden Armor King was actually so scared that he didn't dare to move. The dignified Langya 10th Palace Master was a disgrace. So that's how it is. Lin Ling, die for me. The Golden Armor King was stunned for a moment before he immediately reacted. As if he had been humiliated, he attacked again. Enough. Could it be that the infighting in the human world will never stop? A faintly discernible voice suddenly rang out. The light of treasure soared into the sky, and an indescribable pressure pressed down on the Golden Armor King. It was as if there were countless hands pulling at the Golden Armor King, causing him to be unable to move. His face was filled with shock. Who was this expert this time? The crowd was also frightened. Today, all the hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the human world seemed to have surfaced for Lin Ling. They looked around and saw a blue-robed youth standing quietly not far away. He was like a passerby watching everything, but his eyes were cold and domineering. It's him, the mysterious youth Gan Liangping, the first on the lower Xian ranking. Chapter 1533. Unyielding and unyielding Xuanyuan Zhouhan, and the rest of the peerless geniuses squinted. The young man's background was mysterious, and he had been keeping a low profile in the mortal world. However, no one knew how strong he was. He was like the clouds in the sky, ethereal and otherworldly. However, they could roughly estimate his strength. It was likely that the young man could easily rank himself at the top of the intermediate Xian ranking. "Piss off," said the young man in blue clothes indifferently. He didn't pay attention to the astonished gazes of the people around him. Boom boom boom. In the eyes of the Golden Armor King, the heavens and earth disappeared. All that was left was a pitch-black fish that seemed to be formed from primal chaos. The black fish opened its mouth wide, and within its mouth were endless white bones, ghosts, and gloomy coldness that ruled over everything. Slash. The Golden Armor King coughed up blood. The crowd was astonished. That mysterious young man was so strong. Even Princess Huixia frowned. She hadn't thought that the mysterious young man would be so strong. However, when she looked at him carefully, the mysterious young man disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had just helped Lin Ling block a powerful attack. After that, it had nothing to do with him anymore. However, it was enough for him to block the attack once. Because none of the experts present dared to attack Lin Ling at this moment. They were all intimidated. Princess Huixia was the only one who could. "I don't have any enmity with you, but I don't like what I say. If other people disagree, I won't kill you, but I will make you pay a price," said Princess Huixia. She took a step forwards and flames appeared. The sky was burning. "Princess of the Hua clan, Xianpeng province can be dealt with by us. If you want to be arrogant, you can go to Champion University." As soon as Princess Huixia finished talking, another strong cultivator appeared in the sky. An endless amount of swords intertwined, cutting the sky and the earth. A man with his hands clasped behind his back appeared indifferently in front of everybody. Everybody lowered their heads when he glanced at them. It was as if they were looking at an emperor. Tiandi had arrived. At this moment, many people's hearts trembled again and gradually became numb. Lin Ling raised his arms and shouted as if he was the ruler of the Xianpeng region. So many strong cultivators had come to kill him, but they had all failed. "Consider yourself lucky." Princess Firecloud's pretty face turned ugly. She glared at Lin Ling on the ground and shouted in a tender voice. Unhindered Heaven Emperor also knew that Flaming Cloud's Heaven Emperor didn't dare to be arrogant. He also looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but smile. Impressive, truly impressive. He had actually entered the intermediate Xian ranking and defeated the immortal Spring-Fled Dragon King. The speed of his growth was beyond imagination. He clearly knew that Lin Ling had only been a mortal sovereign's disciple for half a month. "Gold Armor King, if you had a fair fight with Lin Ling, I wouldn't have stopped you. However, you only dare to attack when Lin Ling is seriously injured. Don't you think it's embarrassing?" His voice was calm, but it was as sharp as a sword, causing the Golden Armor King's face to turn ashen. He coughed out another mouthful of blood. His heart burned with anger. How could this be? Such a good opportunity, but he still couldn't kill Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling summon so many experts? Do you have anything else to say?" Unhindered Heaven Emperor said again, causing the Golden Armor King to shake his head. What else could he say? "Wait, leave him to me." At this time Lin Ling's voice floated in the air. Although he was seriously injured, his eyes were still shining with arrogance. "Alright, you have a battle between you. Then let's end it all." Unhindered Heaven Emperor nodded. "I'm very sorry that I made you lose money. Moreover, you want me to die. Unfortunately, you will be disappointed. Just wait, when I become stronger it will be your end." Lin Ling was still standing there like a pine tree. He glanced at the crowd with a cold smile on his face. Golden Armor King, Ninely Holy Mother Lord Shan Wu Tianming, and the others, he remembered all of them. Boom! Those who wanted to kill Linling were now filled with fear. Although Linling couldn't shake them at the moment, they were still afraid because with Linling's growth, it wouldn't be difficult for him to surpass them. Lord Shuiwu, keep the bet. Let's go. Linling shouted again and walked away step by step. However, everyone could see that he was seriously injured and every step was extremely difficult for him to take. Linling, I'll help you. Jindosa hurriedly said. No need. No matter how serious my injuries are, I won't embarrass myself in front of them. Linling shook his head and continued to move forward. Every step he took left a shocking trail of blood. However, Linling didn't seem to feel it and continued to move forward. Although he was injured, it didn't mean that his backbone was injured. He didn't need anyone to help him. What a tough guy. He would rather suffer pain than show weakness in front of the enemy. This backbone is tough enough. The crowd in the distance whispered to themselves. Today, it was obvious that Linling's martial stage was the only one left. Linling not only rose in Xianpeng province, but also in the three mysteries of the mortal world. Although Linling wasn't the strongest at the moment, the three mysteries of the mortal world knew that there was a peerless genius in Xianpeng province. Looking at the arrogant young man, the unhindered Heaven Emperor shook his head and smiled. What a stubborn guy. Get lost. When Linling left the broken martial stage, Tao Xian and the disciples of the Shimen Sea were standing in front of him. Linling didn't even look at them and spoke in a cold voice. So many people are watching and you want us to get lost? Tao Xian and the others looked extremely ugly. If you don't get lost, die. Linling's voice was cold and emotionless. He finally raised his head and looked at them. With just a glance, the disciples of the Runhuang realm trembled. Even though Linling was severely injured, they didn't know why. But when they looked at each other, they didn't dare to go against Linling. Therefore, they quickly moved out of the way. Those disciples of the Renhuang realm wanted to compete with Linling. Now, with just one sentence from Linling, they have to obediently move out of the way. How embarrassing. Many people shook their heads. As expected, dragons don't coexist with snakes. No wonder the 9 spirits of heaven and the other peerless geniuses looked down on Tao Xian and the others. The scene before them had proven everything. Tao Xian and the others were trembling in anger. They wanted to say something but they didn't dare to. They could only watch as Linling walked past them and gradually disappeared into the distance. I'm looking forward to the day when Linling reaches the top of the Middle Xian ranking. At that time he will truly be the ruler of the world. Many people murmured to themselves as they watched the proud figure walking further and further away. Linling defeated the immortal Spring Worm King. His current strength has already reached the level of the Langyatan Halls. However, the Langyatan Halls have different levels of strength too. His strength hasn't caught up to mine yet. Not bad at all. As expected of someone who came from the outside world like me. In a villa in the faraway Xianpeng province, a young man said with a smile. He was the first hall of the unfettered 10 halls, Prince Unfettered. This person had met Linling once at the star-plucking Violet Palace. At that time, he already felt that Linling was extraordinary, and the result had proven everything. However, as someone who came from the outside world, he was eager to see if Linling was stronger or if he was stronger. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.